season, early in the season, we had a usual discussion on the Wednesday show with Mark going down. So it's probably easier to rule out those Durham one of my four sides. I didn't think that.
I didn't even go down.
That was in the first couple of months. It was a good idea.
I did see it. I remember the pre-season preview. I was driving down the Nottingham where the season started. Services in first was doing a piece of construction and said, how's that taking for a very transfer? No, so
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I said the fact that we'll take care of itself.
It helps the betting isn't going out.
Well, what hasn't helped is Benning broke his toe. So he's broken in and was out for a few weeks and then came back. I went on for South Africa for a few weeks. It was hard to go
It's only remember that he is in their test top six at the moment, isn't he? But not in the reserve squads.
This under there.
Yeah, we'll check you prefer.
It's just. Well, I just pick up as much of our conversation. It's too chilly out because
I'll keep the window shut. We'll get dust in there. Any more glass we can let it out. Well, good morning to you. This is Nick Ledhill here with Martin Emerson for day 4 of Essex against Durham. A very truncated day 3. We had about half the available play in the end, lost the whole final session and much of the afternoon. But we have some interesting news for you first up this morning. The Essex fielders can be seen just outside the boundary rope, not the Durham fielders. So the news is that Essex, the announcement made just about 15 minutes ago, have declared their second innings. So they've declared with a useful lead. Under normal circumstances, they would want a bigger lead. They want to bat on, but these look to be pretty good bowling conditions this morning. We've got heavy overcast skies. The weather forecast not too bad. Certainly this morning there might be some showers this afternoon. But Essex have decided, weighing up all the options, that they've got to take 10 Durham wickets today, and they might as well crack on with it. And I think it was a little bit of debate about whether the declaration should be made or not. I spoke to Dean Elgar last night. He was suggesting that Essex might bat on, but there were certainly two sides to the argument. And in the end, after a bit of thought, Tom Wesley, Chris Silverwood have decided that realistically they've got to get these wickets, even if they have to knock a few runs off later on. They might as well crack on with the task, and that is what they've chosen to do. So what it means is that we've had another very good first innings for Essex, a sequence of these, of course, that have been going on in recent weeks, as the team have really batted very well in their first innings in championship matches. 457 for 8. Might just go through some of the recent scores and just to embellish that in a few minutes' time. But 457 for 8, Elgar 150 and Critchley 129. And they put on 191 for the 4th wicket. There was a stand yesterday of 52 for the 7th between Thane and Harmer. Very good catch to get rid of Noah Thane by Ben McKinney at first slip. But Harmer went on to 44 before he was bowled by Ben Rain. And Dougie Bracewell had a sprightly 22 from 19 balls with a couple of sixes, and Shane Snater batting with a runner was on 9. So 457 for 8 when the last of yesterday's play was seen, and that was sometime round about 3 o'clock yesterday. Nothing after that. So it is going to be Alex Lees, Emilio Gay coming out to the crease, and Jamie Porter is going to be opening the bowling, and it's going to be a question for Essex of trying to strike early. Now I'm just looking around to see if there is any sign of Shane Snater. We're not expecting that because he was batting with a runner yesterday, but no sign of him just yet. But Essex will be looking to get a couple of early wickets. It's still a pretty good batting wicket, but Dean Elgar was saying that with the dampness around, although the pitch itself is pretty good, there is dampness around which has been prevalent throughout the game, and that's just made a little bit of a difference to the way the surface is played and the wrists of the batters, compared perhaps to some of the games in the middle of the summer. Got very different conditions here today, and over the last, obviously yesterday as well, and even leading into the game, there were some fairly damp conditions. So we saw basically a little bit of help, particularly for the seamers yesterday morning. So here is Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end, bowls a lovely delivery first up to Lees, who's stretching for that, stretching forward to that, and he plays at it and plays and misses outside the off stump. So Essex have a couple of slips and a gap to Gully. That's Paul Walter in there. It's Harmer and Elgar's slips. There's a backward point, a short cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg out of our sight away to our right. As Porter bowls, and that turns Lees round. He's trying to play it towards mid-on. It's actually come off the outside edge and gone for possibly 3 down towards the third man boundary. It's gathered in now, and they do get back for the 3rd run. So that was a rather lucky 3, because, as I say, it was another edge. There was a bit of movement for Porter first up here. So he was trying to play it straight, or maybe straight through mid-on, and it's gone away off a outside edge, gone to ground, and just been picked up just inside the backward point boundary. So those are the opening 3 runs for Durham. It cuts their deficit to 121 as this is played defensively. And it goes back down the pitch. That's Emilio Gay having his first strike. So Durham 333, Essex 457 for 8, lead of 124. Durham now 3 for no wicket, so cutting that deficit to 121. A little bit of blue sky over the pavilion, and the forecast not too bad today compared to yesterday. This is a ball on the pads of Emilio Gay, pushes it into a big gap on the onside and is able to get through for a second run. That was well placed because there was quite a big chase back for 2 fielders to try and gather that in, and in the end it was Bracewell who got there, coming in from the fine leg boundary, coming into our sight from underneath the Tom Pearce stand, and he was not able to prevent the second run. So 5 for no wicket as Porter bowls again, and this is played upper sleeve this time by Emilio Gay, but straight to Bracewell. So that's just going to be the 1 run. So a little bit of blue sky to our right over the pavilion, but over most of the ground it is very overcast, very heavy cloud cover. And the forecast not too bad. Certainly this morning we're expecting some brightness, bit of sunshine. Showers this afternoon, nothing like the threat from the weather yesterday, if the forecast is right. As here, this is one that just nips back into Lees, who's been in a spot of bother in this first over, more so than Emilio Gay, it has to be said. And that one, I think probably hitting him outside the line, just pushing forward to it, but it's worth having a second look at. Yeah, it was, I think, playing at that. I think it's hit him outside the line, but it was a stifled shout. So 3 apiece. Alex Lees with a fortuitous 3 in the opposite direction to where he was intending, and Emilio Gay a couple of strokes, nice strokes away into the onside. One very well placed, got him a couple of runs. And it's going to be Doug Bracewell in the absence of Snater. One suggests that Simon Hymer might come on fairly soon here and look to exploit perhaps any dampness that might help him. So Doug Bracewell's going to bowl from the Alistair Cook end. He's got 2 slips of gully and 5 saving 1. And he bowls, and Emilio Gay just comes forward to that and steers it away square into the offside. And there is no run. So 6 without loss. Durham just looking to get themselves established here. In theory, if they can have a good morning session here, if you like, more or less replicate what they did in the first innings, and they're going to be pretty safe. It has to be a different start to the Durham innings than it was last time out, as that one just shapes slightly back into the left-hander, Emilio Gay, and he's happy to leave it alone. So, unlike yesterday, we have play at most venues. There's nothing at Canterbury in Division 2, and there's also, more significantly perhaps, nothing yet at Hove. So the weather problems are in the south this morning. That match at Hove has been stuck for a while, where Sussex need 241 with 9 wickets left, but there's a delayed start. And if too much time is lost, it might not be a result, that one. We'll wait and see. That one is just left alone outside the off stump. Good carry. So as I say, got a little bit of blue sky way to the right, but at the moment, very heavy and overcast conditions just over the ground. 6 for no wicket. Essex declared, well, not overnight, because it was actually, we think, about 20 minutes before the start of play, which of course they're fully entitled to do. 2 slips on the gully waiting as Bracewell bowls, and that's quite well pitched up and driven away up towards cover, and there's no run. And good morning to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. Hello, Martin.
Yeah, where did summer go?
Well, we've not had many days like this. I don't know if you've had many.
No.
It's been
maybe. I think the day we flew back in from Italy, it was a bit drizzly and cool, but that's a few weeks ago now. But it does feel rather autumnal today. As such, good bowling conditions.
So Bracewell up to the wicket, bowls. That's a useful delivery. There's an appeal there, and not out. Just pushing forward, Gayet. It took him on the pad. Been a pretty good over this from Bracewell. Was a little bit expensive early on in the first innings, but he's put it very much in the right place here. Just have another look at that one. And in fact, actually, I think it might have missed the pad altogether. I think it was an appeal, first hoping it's going to hit the pad, and then that there might have been an edge, and neither happened. But it was actually a nice delivery, right in the right place, which beat Gay outside the off stump. Don't think it hit the pad at all. So that was one possibility, but it didn't happen as Bracewell bowls again, and that's not his best delivery. We were saying he has the propensity to give away a few runs, and that was actually on the hip of a left-hander opening batsman, a very, very easy get-out shot, and what he's done is just tucked it away square through the onside for 4. And unfortunately, Bracewell slightly blotted his copybook there with that ball, which was out of character with the rest of the over. So 10 for no wicket. As easy as you like that for a left-handed opener. 7 to Gay, 3 to Lees, who's going to face up to Porter. And Durham are 10 for no wicket, and the deficit is standing at 114.
Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, he's got 20 centuries to his name, including 125 and 100 not out at Surrey this year when Durham fought back for a draw in a Kookaburra ball game. First ball of this over from Porter is pushed away to the offside, and that was after Surrey had made a ridiculous 820, the highest
that
score.
Game, yes, goodness me, that
Awful
was
game.
that was when the Kookaburra coincided with a heat wave,
yes,
which was not a good combination for cricket.
The final day at the Oval, it was 35 degrees,
and Surrey's bowlers basically ran out of energy in the end, didn't they? I think they only took 1 wicket on the last day, I think, or something like that.
Well, they took the mick in batting as long as they did as well. Porter round the wicket to Lees. Lees drives hard at this one. It's gone out into the covers. No run there. Was
there an argument that they were batting on because they didn't want their bowlers to bowl for more than 2 hours on that second evening?
The general consensus was they were batting on to prove to the ECB how futile the whole Kookaburra ball project was.
Certainly. It wasn't a very happy round of games, that was it? I remember Worcester got 600 plus and still drew.
Porter comes round the wicket again, bowls. It's appealing for LBW. It looks too high to me. Lee's playing across the line there. It's not given. Emilio Gay in that game at the Oval in the second innings, he got 156. So Durham actually batted nearly the entire day without losing a wicket.
Yeah.
Started their second innings in the morning, and we're still going at tea.
Is it late June?
It started on the 29th of June.
Yeah.
In comes Porter again. This is steered up to mid-on, no run there, because so it started on a Sunday, I think, and on the Monday it was my birthday. Yeah, Sunday, June the 29th it started. So their partnership in the second innings, Durham 262 for none. Highest partnership for any wicket against Surrey. Yeah, Churchy was very nice because he organised a night out for me for my birthday, and we went to the Fenterman's pub round the corner and had a tea, and there's a nice group of us there. Porter in again. This is turned towards mid-wicket, and Jeremy Cooney joined us as well.
Well, when he's got
New Zealand player.
Sorry, got 800 on the board. He should be in good spirits.
I was surprised that Durham won the toss and put Surrey in. I couldn't understand that, and Churchy kept saying, "Well, it was the right decision. Everybody bowls first here."
Yeah,
and even when they had 800 on the board, he was still suggesting it was the right decision.
Yeah. because Surrey do like winning with toss and putting the other side. Whether they'd have done that in that game, I'm not sure.
Porter again round the wicket. That's turned down into the ground by Lees and off down towards vacant third man. 2 players are chasing after it, and it is retrieved in the end by Charlie Allison.
Yep, so I don't think Durham will be over worried by what's happened so far. Obviously, the lacquer to come off the ball. There were a couple of very good deliveries from Porter in his opening over. I'm not sure how much you saw of that, Martin, but Leeds was in a spot of bother. He had a bit of a fortunate 3 down towards backward point when he was trying to play the ball through to mid-on. But a couple of nice strokes from Emilio Gay, and generally Durham...
they both got 3s, didn't they?
Yeah. Comfortable start. And of course they know that Essex are a bowler down. So one does suspect that Essex are going to be banking on maybe a bit of dampness for Harmer to work with. But not too much, of course. You don't want too much for the spinner. Here's another example of a delivery from Bracewell, but it's in the wrong place to Lees. It's on his pads, and he's just able to work it away through square leg, past Charlie Addison and away for 4. And unfortunately, the last 2 deliveries that Bracewell has bowled to Gay have been fairly similar and have met a very similar result. And Gay goes to 11. It's 16 for no wicket. So he's got to try and get it a bit further towards offside, because it's meat and drink that for any decent left-handed opening batter. Really nice place to have the ball just on your hip and just play it away with not too much risk if there's no swing. That is a better delivery, which is in a better place outside the off stump, and quite good carry as well as it goes through to Pepper. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover quite close, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg away in the distance. It's a smallish crowd. It's probably not too dissimilar to yesterday. The members stand as to way to our right. It's reasonably well populated. At least they've got a slightly drier forecast to work with today, which is good.
There is a bit of rain around, isn't there?
Yeah, later on this afternoon, but nothing like the threat we had yesterday. Here's Bracewell again from the Alistair Cook end. Bowls a short ball to Gay, who pulls it, and it goes out towards deep square leg, and they collect a comfortable single. 17 for no wicket. Essex declared overnight with a lead of 124, of which Durham have taken 17 from that deficit so far. You see that Hampshire have signed Indian all-rounder Washington Sundar for their final 2 games. That's probably a pretty good signing, I would have thought. He's because they won't have Dawson, I suspect. So he's a very versatile cricketer. Did well in the Test series, of course. That's played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. 17 for no wicket. Interesting, these late season signings, even for a couple of games in September, are getting more and more frequent, Martin, aren't they? People looking to cover all eventualities. Well,
I'm just looking at my match notes for the Worcestershire game coming up, and Durham signed Rachin Ravindra for 1 game. Played against Worcestershire a couple of years ago and got a double 100 in his only appearance.
Well, he's a fine player. Not a bad... You would rather want him for more than 1 game.
Yeah, it was only the 1 game.
As Bracewell comes in to bowl, and that's just played by Lees. A slightly jumpy bit of cricket. He was looking for a single there. Gay wasn't interested, and he was sort of sent back to his mark, but no harm done. 17 for no wicket.
I can't remember if New Zealand were over in England at the time and he'd come with the squad but wasn't going to be playing. But when Durham made contact with him, he was actually visiting some friends and was on holiday in Dublin. So he came back over from there.
Well, that's not too far to go. If you're going to get to Durham, Dublin, not in terms of the world, is not the worst place to start. So, Bracewell looking to get his line right to these left-handers, comes into bowl to Lee. That one just cramps the left-hander for room, steered it up into the offside. But no great alarms for Durham yet, and you do think that Essex are going to be needing quite a contribution from Harmer, the informed Simon Harmer, if they're to make significant inroads here. 17 without loss, so the deficit is sitting at 107, and Lees is 5 and Gay is 12. give you the table as it stands this morning in Division 1. Surrey 178. They have lost a wicket this morning, batting on, looking to set a target. Notts 169. That game, of course, very well advanced against Worcestershire. Somerset 152 with bonus bowling points to add. Warwickshire 151, Hampshire 132, and Essex 132, and Sussex 130.
This ball by Emilio Gay down to long leg for 1. Start of this 5th over off the bowling of Porter.
Yorkshire 127, Durham 118, Worcester 92, and Surrey looking for quick runs have actually lost 2 wickets this morning. They've lost both Folkes 52 and Lawrence 43, 306 for 4, and they lead by 304.
Poured around the wicket from the gooch end. Peeling for LBW, that's the end of Lees. He's gone. He took a big stride forward and he's out for 5. Is this going to be one of those days where everything goes horribly wrong from a Durham point of view?
Well, in the first over that Porter bowled to Lees, he did have him in a fair bit of trouble. There were a couple of full shots, and Emilio Gay has looked pretty comfortable actually at the crease so far, although he has been fed a few deliveries on his pads which have helped him. But Jamie Porter going round the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees got that one just to move back into him, and essentially he just played round it and it looked very, very straight indeed, and no problem at all. It looked like almost can be sort of given out straight away. So disappointment for Alex Lees, he's out for 5. And Essex have made that first breakthrough, and they'll be looking to make, of course, as many as they possibly can while Durham still have a deficit.
Debut batter for Durham, Ben McKinney.
Looking forward to seeing him, Ben McKinney.
The worry is this could be one of those days that goes down in infamy from a Durham point of view. They've got a task on their hands here to bat this day out and save this game. A draw really doesn't do them much good, but it's better than losing.
Yes, if they draw and there's a loser in the Sussex-Hampshire game, at least one other team is sort of dragged back towards them, isn't it? So that it certainly would be better than losing. The worst case scenario, I suspect, is if they lose this game and there's draws everywhere else.
Yeah.
But that's still a long way away.
Ben McKinney, the new man. Total player, England Lions player. Played here a few weeks ago, didn't he, against India A, I think. There's Porter bowls 2 and McKinney forward to this one, plays it to the point area, no run there. Him and Emilio Gay, they played India A in Canterbury.
Was that one of those 4-day games?
Yeah,
round about late June, I think.
The second match,
yeah.
actually, it wasn't here, was it? It was Wantage Road, I think.
Yeah. There was one at Canterbury, wasn't there? Yeah, one at Northampton.
Next ball to McKinney, gone through to the keeper, taken low. And he's looked pretty unsure with the first 2 deliveries he's faced there. He's looking behind him as if to say, what happened there?
Well, Porter...
Did that not carry?
Yeah, I don't seem to replay, but Porter...
Has he edged that and it didn't
No,
carry?
don't think so. See if we look at it again on the replay if it comes up, but they're not showing any interest in showing it again. Yeah, I mean, Porter, this is a good over, and of course his ability to move the ball back into the left-handers is a constant threat.
McKinney plays and misses at that one. And this has been a very good over, just the 1 run at the start, then the wicket. And he's caused problems for McKinney with all 3 deliveries so far. Playing a miss there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously harm could well be significant, but equally Jamie Porter has been in very good form this season. And did well in the first innings. Crucial intervention, of course, to get Essex into the game, really, after Durham had dominated the early stages. Got some quick wickets.
Porter around the wicket again to McKinney. McKinney leaves that one. And the end of a very good over. Durham 5 overs in are 18 for 1 and trail by 106. There's a swan flying past us.
Well, Hampshire at Hove, no play before lunch. Sussex need 241. Now, if that delay goes much beyond that, we're starting to think that it's going to be very difficult for either side to force a result. As it is, it probably just needs 2 sessions, that game, but there's no play before lunch at Hove, where Sussex need 241 at 37 for 1, and Notts have lost a wicket this morning, but 51 for 2. Freddie McCann has gone for 28, but they still only need 85 to win, and potentially, if they win and Surrey draw, they're going to close right up on the champions. That will be their best case scenario, I think, for the day. I can't see Surrey losing, but certainly a scenario whereby they win and Surrey draw. Here's Bracewell from the Alistair Cook end. Up to the wicket. Bowls a very good delivery.
Too high.
Yeah, appeal for LBW, but certainly there was carry there and it probably hit too high. Might get a chance to see that again. They've gone through for 1 leg bye. But having bowled a couple of indifferent deliveries to Emilio Gay, that one had him in a bit of trouble. And quite a sharp delivery, which certainly straightened. It was too high, but that was much more like it to Emilio Gay. He's given him a couple of more comfortable deliveries that he's put away into the onside, but that one certainly had him thinking. And it hit him quite high on the pad and went away for a leg bye. So all left-handed top 3. McKinney, 2 slips on a gully, faces Bracewell, and this time he leaves the ball outside the off stump, which is clearly going to pass over the stumps. Doesn't warrant a shot being offered. So we'll keep an eye on these other games. So unlike yesterday, we've got play at most venues. Even had play at Cardiff in that T20. Very late last night, but it was very late. In the end, a bit of a strange game, which South Africa won. They batted for 7 overs and 5 balls, and England had 5 overs. Bracewell bowls. That's a ball perhaps straightens a little bit, but it's going over the stumps and well judged by McKinney, but better over this from Bracewell. It's been a bit of a mix from him so far, but when he's got it right, he's certainly posed a few problems.
Martin Spate, the former Durham wicketkeeper, used to do commentaries with me. He's now a cricket coach at Repton School in Derbyshire, which is where Frank Watson used to work, who was the Worcestershire commentator. But Spatey had put something on Facebook this morning. Clearly wasn't happy about last night. I had no idea what had happened last night.
19 for 1. This is pushed away into the offside and no run.
He said, "Can anyone please explain how, when a 2020 innings is reduced to 5 overs, the fielding team only have to use 3 bowlers? Yet the first innings of potentially 9 overs, the fielding team had to bowl 5 bowlers. How can the rule makers not see that is completely ridiculous and simply wrong?" Among those replying to the post was a certain Mr. Doidge.
Right.
Of
Our Yorkshire
Her
colleague.
Majesty's Yorkshire, BBC commentator, His Majesty.
Fair point. As this one is played defensively. I would say that the balance of the South African side was a lot better for the conditions. They actually had 5 seamers, so if they had to bowl an over each, then they would have doubtless done that. They had certainly a better balance than England had. I can understand why they didn't want to play Jofra Archer, but you could also say, and I think it was raised in the broadcast, if it wasn't safe for Archer, how was it safe for anybody? It's 19 for 1.
Doidge said, bizarre. Stephen Horsley says, who knows, surely 5 overs, 5 bowlers, maximum of 1 each. Exactly 1/4 of 5 bowlers bowling 4.
Yes, because they had Janssen, who bowled pretty well, and also, I presume, Rabada bowled too. But this is a bit of a wild slash here by McKinney.
That's a good way to keep your wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly.
Thinking of there.
He was thinking of a big stroke through the offside, and well, if he'd edged it, it probably would have flown over the slips. But it was certainly quite an ambitious shot at this stage of proceedings with Durham. Yes, it was a bit of a sort of a non-foot movement stroke there. Made no from Bracewell, not a bad one at all. But deficit 105, 19 for 1, with Lees out to Jamie Porter, McKinney no score, and Gay 13.
There was another person who responded called Andrew, said, I believe it is subject to ICC regulation 458 subsection C paragraph 3, which reads no refunds.
Yeah. Perhaps that's why they wanted to play.
Porter coming in from the gooch end, bowls to Gay. That's left alone. Sun's trying to poke through.
Yes, there was a nice comment from, I think there was a bit of mixed feeling in the broadcast team last night, as certainly on the television side. There was a nice comment from Owen Morgan saying he wouldn't let his horse on that outfield, let alone cricketers.
Where were they playing?
It was at Cardiff,
right.
which, as you know, can stay wet when it rains.
Yeah. Porter comes round the wicket and bowls, and that's an appeal for LBW. That's the end of Emilio Gay. I really do fear for Durham's prospects here now. This could be one of those horrible days where they're rolled pretty quickly. They're 2 down and they have only got 19 on the board. They trail by 105.
Yeah, and that's pretty significant, isn't it? Because now 2 early wickets and Porter getting into his groove. Obviously, even more responsibility on him than normal. He must have thought, oh, my workload's going to increase with no Sam Cook, and then suddenly there's no Shane Snater. And to be honest, it was a very, very similar dismissal to the one of Alex Lees. The only difference I would say was the batter was slightly further forward in Emilio Gay, but there wasn't a great deal of difference. It was the ball shaping back into a left-hander. 2 very similar dismissals, and Jamie Porter 3 overs and 2 balls, 2 for 9.
And both wickets coming at the start of an over.
Well, Beddingham is not going to be looking for a quick single to get off the mark this time, I don't think. Unless it's definitely there, I suspect he'll stay in his ground. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or We're Cricket at bbc.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us today. And the sun's come out, which is rather nice. It's actually, at least the overheads from Durham's point of view have improved, but you feel there's still quite a lot of dampness around. I wonder if that was part of the Essex thinking as well, with declaring straight away today. And there's a bit of movement out there. Both bowlers have shown that. Porter's been a little bit more consistent with his line, and that has reaped the benefits of a couple of wickets. Interestingly, much rain-affected game at Taunton. Yorkshire 38 for 3, finally getting to bat against Somerset, who made 441 for 6. Lewis Gregory 2 for 18 in that one. Don't think Yorkshire will collapse twice in a day, but that's not the best of starts for them in the first half hour.
Beddingham ran himself out in the first innings. First ball he faced, he's played it straight to Porter and mid-off and went for a single without even looking to see what was going on. Ben McKinney was firmly in his crease at the other end, and by the time he realised what was happening, it was too late.
Yeah. That didn't help Durham in the first innings in terms of their objectives of getting a 400 score, which, you know, had they got that, the way the game has panned out, they'd be in a more secure position than they are now in the game. But Essex have had a very good first half hour. The weather more pleasant now than at any point during play yesterday. Got sunshine, blue sky over the right-hand side of the ground. And McKinney pushes forward and steers back of the square on the offside, and there's no run. But Jamie Porter, as I say, won't want to over bowl today with that game at Edgbaston coming up, but he's made a great start. It'll be very interesting to see what sort of help Simon Harmer can get with a bit of dampness around. Might just help the off spinner. I think that's 40. I think these wickets have been added on, so it's 41 wickets for Porter. That's outside the off stump, and good judgment in the end by McKinney. I think he took the bat out of harm's way there. But a good start for Essex in the sunshine here at Chelmsford. So Porter back at the end of his mark, coming in from the Graham Gooch and up to the wicket. He bowls, and McKinney just comes forward and plays up into the offside, and there's no run. So another very good over from Porter. And Bracewell, apart from those 2 deliveries to Emilio Gay, has bowled pretty well in support. And we've got better weather here this morning. We've got a prompt start. We had a bit of a surprise because Essex did declare at their overnight 457 for 8, leading by 124. But it's a decision that has paid dividends because Jamie Porter has struck in quick succession in successive overs. 2 very similar dismissals in actual fact, bowling to left-handers and getting the ball to shape back in first to Alex Lees, who was LBW for 5, and then Emilio Gay in Porter's next over, LBW for 13. So Durham in a bit of a difficult position now. 20 for 2. They're still 104 behind. A very good start to this final day for Essex. Yeah, and that one just played defensively to Bracewell, who, as I say, apart from those 2 deliveries, those 2 gift deliveries to Emilio Gay, has bowled pretty well. He's now got a right-hander to bowl to. But difficult for Tom Westley here. Down a seamer. He's got Noah Thane as a 3rd seamer. But I think the contributions of Critchley and Harmer are going to be needed inevitably. Here's one that's just played defensively, half forward by Beddingham. No quick singles from him here. 1 from 3 balls. McKinney is not off the mark, none from 12, in contrast to his 121 from 228 balls in the first innings. But Durham, looking back at this game at this stage, will probably be thinking that 333 was no more than a working total, really. That it should have been at least 50 runs more from the position they were in, which at its height was quite an imposing one from an Essex point of view. They were 189 for 1 at one stage, as this one just played defensively again, just getting into line. It's good stuff this from Bracewell. The 2 loose deliveries, 1 at the end of an over, 1 at the start of his next over to Emilio Gay, but apart from that he's been very much on line. 3 overs and 3 balls, none for 9. And Jamie Porter, 4 overs, 2 for 10. Deficit 104. If Essex win this, well, just back it up with a draw at Edgbaston and they're fine. Here's Bracewell up to the wicket, bowls. Another defensive shot here from the right-handed Beddingham, breaking the run of left-handers that we've seen. So a very good start for Essex. A slight surprise. I was thinking they might declare, but the indication was that they would look to bat on. But with that dampness around, 10:30 start September, so much rain yesterday, carried on into the evening. Absolutely see the logic. Try and use the bowling conditions when they're at their best. Someone like Jamie Porter, who can shape the ball into the left-handers. And that's exactly how it's panned out. Here's Bracewell up to the wicket. He bowls, and that's played uppishly to Critchley at mid-on. And there is no runs. So let's just have a quick look at 20 for 2 Durham, at what's going on elsewhere. On this now we've got Surrey 318 for 5, 319 for 5, leading by 317. And they have been losing wickets quickly this morning in their bid to, I would imagine, add another 40 or 50 runs from where they are. But time will be a concern for them as they look to try and beat Warwickshire after so much play lost yesterday. Very uniform looking Surrey scorecard. Bracewell up to the wicket, bowls. It's played defensively by Beddingham. Burns 54, Sibley 64, retired hurt. Pope 78, Folkes 52, Lawrence 43, and then Jordan Clark out for 8. So 320 for 5, they're 318 ahead. And in the game between Worcestershire and Notts, a slight twist because Notts have lost 2 this morning. They're 55 for 3. They need a further 81. And Durham is bowling well again. He's done well in his stint with the Worcestershire. 7 overs, 1 for 6. Tom Taylor there with 1 for 19, a wicket for Matthew Waite, 55 for 3. It's not all over that quite yet. 81 required for Notts to beat Worcestershire, and certainly for the time being close on Surrey. Just to do the first ball of that over outside the off stump, and another good delivery from Porter, but left alone by McKinney.
Blue sky on show at the minute.
Yeah, didn't have much of that yesterday, did we?
No.
So
It's funny how the weather can change so dramatically from one day to the next. And apparently it's going to be quite stormy on Sunday.
I think finals day is going to be okay on Saturday. It's a good job it's not scheduled for the Sunday, mind you, for the reasons you just said.
Porter round the wicket in the sunshine here, bowling to McKinney. McKinney forward to that one, plays it off to the covers, no run.
The way that seem to be playing in any conditions at the moment, one suspects that they'll be, even if it is raining, they'll be sent out there either to play in the 100 into the T20 finals day, or to do the 400 metre swimming relay, whichever is appropriate. But it's certainly a feature of the last week or so. We've seen play taking place in very marginal conditions.
Porter to McKinney. McKinney turns this through mid-wicket and will get a run. Sprints off to the other end. Yeah, Durham could have been heading to Birmingham tomorrow from here, but they were heavily beaten by Hampshire in the quarter-final last week, and Hampshire booked a place at finals day for the 11th time, and Lancashire have gone and joined them for an 11th time as well.
So Durham had their moment, of course, against Hampshire in a big match, 2009 Lord's final.
Yeah.
Remember that one? And Durham got a very big score. The match went into a second.
Oh, yeah. 2007, that was.
2007,
yeah. That's gone through to the keeper. I remember going to the press conference the day before the final, and it was all about Shane Warne and what he was going to do. And it was Shane Warne this, Shane Warne that. He never got a sniff.
Now, Durham were marvellous because actually Hampshire won all their Lord's finals up to that point, I believe.
Durham hammered them. Notice Gibson got 2 wickets in the first 2 balls of the Hampshire innings.
It was almost, it would have been nice. I remember that one because if the game had just completed on the first day, maybe Hampshire had conceded, so that the Durham fans could just celebrate on the Saturday evening.
Yeah, well, they did. This is a play and a miss from Beddingham. They did celebrate on the Saturday evening, regardless, because they booked a room at the Danubius Hotel, so they invited me and my dad to go and join them.
When I was doing my predictions for the, I have to say I didn't spot Northants beating Surrey. I was arguing that Warwickshire would beat Somerset, and I was right until 3 balls from the end. But I did think that Hampshire would win because their record in away knockout games is absolutely phenomenal. It really is.
This is defended by Beddingham as he gets firmly behind that delivery. Is that the end of the over already? Wow, that's flown past. 1 run from it. 21 for 2.
And of course they called up a couple of big guns, and Hilton Cartwright was one of them, wasn't? And a bit like Warwickshire actually at Taunton, though they didn't win. They had a very, very good power play, and didn't quite cash in on it, but that does help. So 21 for 2. Disappointment for Durham there, but did very well in the group phase. And it's going to be Simon Harmer. Is there going to be some assistance with a little bit of dampness for him this morning?
No, Shane Snater, we believe, as far as Essex's bowling is concerned. He injured himself bowling on day 1.
We would have seen him.
Came out batting with a runner yesterday.
I think if he turned up and bowled this morning, Durham would have had reason to ask why he was batting with a runner yesterday. But no, it's always likely that once we saw that we knew that unfortunately he wasn't going to be able to take the field today. But it does cause Essex a bit of a worry. Assuming Cook's still out at Edgbaston, Charlie Bennett might be in line for a debut. So, if you're going to make your debut as a seam bowler, you probably don't pick Edgbaston as your #1 choice of venue, but that might be what happens to him. Bowled very nicely in the 50 over competition. So McKinney 1 from 15, going to face Simon Harmer.
I never saw a ball of the One Day Cup because we were away. Looked at the odd scorecard, but
Yeah, well, the one feature of the competition, Martin, was that the county squads available are getting stronger than they were a couple of years ago. There's Harmer bowls, and that's just played from the crease defensively. Almost getting strong enough to think that you might be able to play championship cricket during the 100, or maybe have a mix of one-dayers and championship cricket.
I saw some photographs of varying matches at outgrounds and things like that.
Very well attended.
Yeah.
York particularly, as that's played off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But no, it was a good success, as I say, but the sides, with the exception of Surrey, do appear to be getting stronger as more overseas players play in the 100. And we've yet to see the Indians, of course, play in the 100, and that'll make another difference. As this is played defence, that's the men's 100, of course. It's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run.
It'll become a T20 competition.
And also, you'd rather fear the one thing that would hurt the counties if we have 10 teams in the 100. Although doubtless one of them would be based at Chester Street if that was the case. 21 for 2, and the Northern Superchargers had been renamed. 21 for 2. Was there any thinking that might still happen, Martin? I heard that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Really not interested.
No. Well, that's a short conversation.
Yeah.
Then, but I just thought I'd ask you. That's played.
They're still talking about it, but.
Yeah. 21 for 2. I'd rather hope it does stay at eight sides.
Aren't they talking about Durham and Taunton?
Yeah, those are the two. Harmer bowls, and this is played defensively into the onside. The one thing I could never understand when they set it up was the 8th venue should always have been Bristol rather than Cardiff for me. Bristol's a big city, and I just felt that was more natural, to try and get a new audience in for the 100. That's played defensively up into the offside.
I can tell you the average house price in Bristol as well, because it was on location last night. As I was flicking through the channels, I think it was something like 234,000 or something like that.
Yeah. Wow.
It is a big place, though. Yeah.
21 for 2. Yes, there's a long way going around that ring road. I tell you, 21 for 2, and the trail by 103. McKinney won, and Beddingham won. Are you generally not a fan of the 100? Then would it be fair to say? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I'm trying to sort of see the upside of it. I've seen the upside for the women's game, definitely.
There's an upside there, but
what I don't understand is why the women never get evening games. If the attendances are so good for the women's game, we keep being told that. Why don't they get some of the evening games? But that's another point. But what it has done, of course, is caused a lot of dilemmas for the county game.
It's the whole reason why the fixture list is congested and there's too much cricket.
Absolutely.
In comes Porter bowling to Beddingham. That's played off to mid-wicket. But, I mean, from a player's point of view, if you're going to go away and play in another tournament for 3 weeks and get 75 grand, you're not going to turn your nose up at that, are you? It's big money.
Yeah.
But it's fractured cricket, unfortunately.
It hasn't, to be honest.
And you're not going to, if they're concerned that there's too much cricket, then don't play in the 100. But they'd never do that, would they?
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
21 for 2. Beddingham plays this off to point, no run there.
We hear quite a lot about, from the Professional Cricketers Association and others, about player welfare and the need to reduce the programme. I don't hear too much about the player welfare of the England all-format players who've been playing in the 100 and then have to play a 50-over match 2 days later. One or two of those were clearly running on empty. Ben Duckett, Jamie Smith at one point. I think Jamie Smith was running on empty in the final test. You just saw his innings there. Goodness me, that wasn't Jamie Smith.
Beddingham playing a miss there from a ball from Porter, which just leaves him around off stump, bowling a good probing line there.
So they're now more or less insisting that the England players play, in the 100. I think Bryden Cass was exempted or rested, which was a bit of a rarity because most of the others have been.
Well, he's had an issue with his toe, his big toe.
Yeah.
So,
but
he has had a number of injury problems over the years as well.
This will come to a head next year. It really will.
Porter to Beddingham forward to this one, plays the ball away and then plays it on 1 foot there, pulls his back foot out the road.
It'll come to a head next year because the 100 has not been confirmed yet, but the 100 finals weekend will be August the 16th. And then more or less straight after that, 2 back-to-back tests against Pakistan. And it'll be very interesting to see how the all-format players are shaping up.
Are they only going to play Pakistan in 2 tests?
There'll be a 3rd test at Edgbaston
Right.
in September, but
Right.
the start of that series is 2 back-to-back tests in late August, straight after the 100.
Porter comes in and bowls. This is turned away by Bedingham nicely off towards the Moulsham stand on the far side of the ground. It's cut off on the boundary rope. He'll get 2 runs. I've now worked out why they call that the Moulsham stand. Because I've just driven past Moulsham Street.
Yep.
So that must be the connection, being the detective that I am. Is there an area, is there a town called Moulsham or a village somewhere or not? Or is it named after
Maybe a
person?
district, it might be, yeah.
Porter to Bedingham. Bedingham forward to this one. It goes down towards point, no run. Squirt along the floor. That's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. So Durham 23 for 2 is still 101 behind.
Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or We're Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us today. And Not 66 for 3 needs another 70 to beat Worcestershire. Surrey still losing wickets, 320 in their pursuit of quick runs, 326 for 7, 324 ahead of Warwickshire. They might get bowled out there. That would be interesting. Wonder, has it already gone past the point where Warwickshire would be seriously thinking of chasing it? I wonder. Not to be rather hoping they don't seriously think of chasing it, probably. Here's Harmer going round the wicket with 3 round the bat, and that's played very nicely off the back foot. That's a fine shot from McKinney, away through extra cover for 4, just going back into a crease, and splendid stroke away up towards the tents, sort of right of the pavilion, and the deficit is below 100, 27 for 2, 97 behind at this stage after not an overnight declaration, but a sort of early coffee time declaration from Essex
Early
this morning.
coffee?
Yeah, whatever, around about 10:15. It's Harmer again, bowls, and it's played defensively.
An early 11s.
There's no run, yeah. So took a couple of us by surprise. Press box next door, very keen, very certain they were going to bat on.
I just couldn't see the point in them batting on. If they want to win the game, this is their chance to do it.
Yeah. I think it's been the right call. It's hit a flatter one from Harmer that's driven off the back foot up towards Water, short extra.
I was just checking the sat nav when I got to the car park to see how far it is home and what it's estimating the journey time's going to be. It was 5 hours and around about 10 o'clock.
Harmer bowls, tries to work that way into the onside, but that turned a bit and it's run down towards short third, no run.
And it's the distance is 270 miles, and on the dashboard in the car it says I have 270 miles of fuel.
All right, so you might have to call in.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a risky one, that, isn't it?
Yeah. This is played defensively up into the offside. I mean, from where I live, I'm quite close to Junction 8 of the M11. I think it's virtually 250 miles from there. You don't turn right, you don't turn left. You just go straight on. M11, A14, A1, and then it's Junction 63, is it? I think Chester Street, something like that. This is all an attempted forcing shot down the ground. Now, is there a bit of bat on that? It's gone down towards short third. They've gone through for a single, but certainly McKinney in a spot above her there as he was trying to launch that one down the ground. Not sure we're going to see a replay, but certainly threw his bat at that. And was there contact with the bat at all? It's gone past the keeper, it's gone wide of the slip and over the slip's head, down to short third for a single. But certainly that was, again, a little bit of turn from Harmer, and it beat the attempted forcing shot down the ground. So McKinney 5, keeps the strike. Bedingham 1, 28 for 2, and the deficit 96.
Porter to continue this spell. He's taken 2 for 13 in 6 overs. He's coming around the wicket once again from the gooch end to the left-handed McKinney. McKinney on 5. That's played up towards mid-on, no run there. I don't think the people of the northeast live by junction numbers. Because we've just got the A1 and the A19,
yes.
And so you just say the Durham turn-off or the Chastity Street turn-off. My mate went to live in the Midlands and everything suddenly became junction numbers when he was down there, and I'm like, what is this world he's living in?
It's a long way from junction 63 or whatever it is to junction 4.
Yeah.
Of the A1.
McKinney defends this one. So where do you come on? You go across and come onto the A1? Do you not come up the A14?
Yeah, so basically I'm
merge?
M11, A14, A1,
Yeah.
but you don't turn left or right, it's just all straight on. I think you have to...
Well, you do a little left-hand turn to come
get
onto
onto
the
the
A1.
A1 now.
Yeah.
That's changed, actually. It used to be
Yeah.
where you didn't do that. Now, if you can go straight, you go straight on, you get to Glasgow.
Yeah.
Because you end up on the M6. But no, it's a long way. I went by train a couple of visits ago. Not the last time I was there, but a couple of times ago
Yeah.
by train. And that was quite a good journey.
Porter comes in and bowls to McKinney. That's pushed away towards the covers no run there.
Do you do quite a lot of your travelling by train during
No, very
Mainly by
little.
car.
I've done one trip by train this year to the Oval. That was it.
Yeah, it's very wise.
You just need too much kit, and you never know when you're
Yeah.
going to be travelling.
Absolutely.
And you need the gross domestic product of a small nation to be able to afford a ticket. I mean, to come here by train, you'd have to go into London and then back out again.
Yeah, so it's definitely one to come by car here.
Round the wicket comes the bowler. That's played towards point by McKinney.
I mean, one venue I went to by train for the first time this year was Worcester, simply because the station is, smack in the middle of a town, and everything is sort of reasonably, a couple of hotels you might use were sort of all within walking distance there. Taunton, though, I still go by car, because basically the hotels in the middle are quite expensive.
I stayed in a hotel just on the outskirts of the town this year. You could walk into the town centre from where it was, whereas the other hotels that people normally stay at just off the motorway, that's quite a distance to the town from there. McKinney plays this ball through to mid-wicket. No run. But you're on about if you didn't turn off and you'd end up in Glasgow. That's one. I think the largest amount of miles I've done in any one day was a couple of years ago. We were coming back from France, and I covered a cricket match in Bristol. My family were already in France, so I then drove up to East Midlands Airport and flew to Paris from there.
Oh, from Bristol.
And got the train down to meet them in the middle of France. Porter bowls again. That's Porter played to point no run there. But on the way back, we spent a night, the final night. That's a maiden there from Porter. That's his first of his 7 overs today. We were in a caravan in Boulogne, just on the hillside next to Boulogne town centre. You can actually see the White Cliffs of Dover quite clearly across the sea. But we'd had to drive from there all the way back to East Midlands Airport and then on home. So I think we ended up doing about 500 miles in a day or something like that.
Gosh, there's a lot of travel.
Yeah.
Not 67 for 4, still need 69. They've just lost Haynes. Jack Haynes has gone to Ben Allison for 10, getting a little bit tense at Worcester.
Where I was talking about this a few weeks ago, where do you consider when you're nearly home on the motorway system? I mean, if it's a long journey, by the time I reach Doncaster, I'm thinking I'm nearly there, but it's still a good 120 miles away. But
Yeah, it's Harmer bowling, and that's played nicely by Bellingham into a gap past the bowler, between the bowler and mid-wicket. There's a long on, that's Wesley, and they get through for a single. It's 29 for 2. They started 124 behind, so deficit down to 95. It's going to be the left-handed McKinney on strike on 5, as that's driven nicely actually through the mid-off gap up towards Wesley. Good use of the feet, and one more singles from the first 2 balls of the over 30 for 2. Yes, coming down from the north, it's always once you get onto the M11 round about Cambridge, and that's a bit of a psychological turning point.
Yeah.
It's a long track, that A1, particularly going south. Always feels longer going south. This is a delivery which turns, but is left alone by Bellingham on 4.
I bet when you get to the Sibson in, you're thinking, I've nearly cracked this. RF Wittering.
As Harmer bowls again, well flighted and played away up into the offside. See, under normal circumstances, if both these sides stay up, Essex would be certain of having a game at the Riverside next year, because they didn't have one this year. But of course, if it's all split into 2 sections, then not quite sure who you're going to be playing.
Durham didn't go to Sussex this year.
As this next delivery is just turning gently outside the off stump, left alone by Beddingham. I can tell you that
Haven't been to Warwickshire either.
Sussex, Hove, that's basically, I think it was the third championship match at Hove this century. There was a Bob Willis Trophy game, but these the two sides just hardly ever meet in the championship. But this is played along the ground. Nice stroke by Beddingham, good use of the feet, gets a single up towards Wesley. Settling in well here, Beddingham. He's gone to 5, I think, all singles. McKinney 6, probably more or less ditto actually. 31 for 2, and they need a partnership here. Clearly, Durham after the 2 early wickets, very similar ones. LBWs to the 2 left-handers. McKinney and Beddingham at the crease at the moment. The 2 openers, Lees and Gabe, both out. To balls that nip back from Jamie Porter bowling from the Graham Gooch end. So 31 for 2, the deficit is 93. It's going to be, I think, Bracewell. Of course, having to rotate his bowlers here. Wesley, he does have Noah Thane as a third seamer, but Bracewell's going to be switched to the Graham Gooch end.
Conversations going on about fielding positions and tactics.
In Division 2, Gloucestershire 100 for 1, lead by 240 at Grace Road. If that game is a draw and Derbyshire against Middlesex is a draw, Leicestershire are up today.
When's the last time they were in the top flight? About 2000, something like that. 2001. Here's Bracewell bowling with that sweatband on his left wrist as he bowls to Beddingham. That's gone to mid-wicket, no run there.
Well, there was a time when they were one of the strongest sides in the country in the late 90s. But certainly it'll been a while since they've been in the top flight, but yeah, late 90s. I think they won the championship a couple of times.
Well, they were definitely in the top flight in 2000 because Durham played there, and I covered that game. They've been down a long time. I've had a picture from Derek Allen and Ellie today on their charity walk from Northumberland all the way to the Forth Road Bridge, passing Dunstanburgh Castle on the Northumberland coast today. There's Bracewell bowls to Beddingham, that's defended.
Yeah, champions in 96 and 98. They were a very strong side.
They were the first winners
90s.
of the T20 as well, weren't they?
Or was it Surrey, and they haven't won it since? Might have been Surrey who haven't won it since, I think.
Well, Leicestershire won it very early on because they won it twice, I think, in the first few years.
I'll look that up, but they're certainly, 2004. I think that was the second season of T20. Surrey won the first and haven't won it since. I think Kent didn't take it seriously in the first season. That was the other thing you could say about Kent in many seasons since. The same thing has happened.
Yeah. Bracewell bowling to Beddingham. Beddingham plays his short on the leg side, no run there.
Having said that, Kent decisively beat Essex by big margins twice this year, so I can't make too many jokes. But they've had a bit of a rough season, Kent, and a bit disappointed for them in their performance at Old Trafford, actually, in that last quarter-final. Obviously, Liam Livingstone with a major innings, but they had played very well on the group stage and did deserve to qualify.
Do you watch all of the cricket on the TV? Do you?
Not all of it, but the last quarter-finals I've tried to see as much of it as possible.
I'd never have the time.
Because like you, I wasn't watching too much of the 100.
No, I've never watched it. I watched the first year. I watched about half an hour, and then turned it off. Bracewell comes in and bowls. That's right out the meat of the bat from Beddingham. And he's driven that straight back past the bowler and up to the Hayes close end of the ground for 4. Nice shot.
Playing well, actually, Beddingham. He started settled in well here after that mishap in the first innings.
He's on 9 from 25. McKinney 6 from 34. Durham 35 for 2. And they currently trail by 89. Derek says they've been struggling to listen to us on their walk this morning because of wind and rain. Too strong, but we've now found shelter and we've got you back on. Sounds like the weather's not particularly nice in the northeast today. Sounds like you're getting the weather we had yesterday. Bracewell comes in, bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. They're obviously too far north today to guarantee the weather.
Harry Brook described yesterday's T20 as a shambles of a night in Cardiff. looking at him on screen when he was being interviewed, I very much had the opinion he didn't think they should be playing, but that's just my reading of it. But that statement by him rather maybe backs that thought up, as it was very marginal indeed, the conditions.
Bracewell to Beddingham, to Yorker. Beddingham plays it out towards mid-wicket, thinks of a single, and then is sent back by McKinney, and is probably having flashbacks to how he was run out in the first innings. That is the end of the over. Durham 35 for 2, trail by 89.
And Jofra Archer very quickly wrapped in cotton wool and saying you're not going out there with the Ashes coming up, particularly after your performance at Southampton in the ODI. Yeah, it was a bit strange, but let's say they're making every effort to get cricket going, but sometimes, as was the case at the Oval in the last quarter-final, conditions very, very marginal for play. 35 for 2, McKinney 6 and Beddingham 9. Essex declared on their overnight score, 457 for 8. It meant they led by 124. They now lead by 89, and Harmer bowls, and using the feet, nice stroke here, away into the offside by McKinney, but doesn't get it past Noah Thane, who we've yet to see with the ball, but doubtless we will. He's there at quite a deep cover. So we've got a backward point cover, short extra, a slipper and a short leg as a long off, and that's played defensively by McKinney. On the leg side, backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. For 35 for 2. As Harmer bowls again, and that's all right up in the block hole and just digging it out there. McKinney just plays it about a third of the way back down the pitch. Harmer again, just pushes that one through a bit. Played defensively to Walter, who's at short extra. Harmer again, slip and a short leg. As another defensive shot here by McKinney, just back down the pitch. The first innings centurion settling in here. Big partnership this for Durham, you feel. Got to get a lot of his deficit, you feel, wiped off with these two together. Harmer floating that one right up. A little bit of gentle turn, left alone by McKinney. He's 6. Beddingham is 9, 35 for 2. Nick Little and Martin Emerson with you on day 4 at a sunnier Chelmsford. Much more pleasant day, bit of a breeze, and we're with you on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Newcastle, and online via the BBC Sport website, an app, and via your smart speaker. And Durham are 35 for 2, and they trail by 89.
Bracewell heading back to his mark, ball in hand, after a conversation with his skipper, and Beddingham is the man on strike. Bracewell coming in right arm over, bowls, Beddingham plays it to short mid-wicket, no run there. Paul Walter fielding in that area, got a big smear of grass stain on his left knee. I can smell food. I don't know if it's from the catering kiosk behind us. Could well be, but it smells like
definitely. Yes.
Smells like vegetable soup.
Onions to me.
Onions.
Yeah.
Bracewell.
There's a Durham name.
Yeah. Comes in and bowls. That's gone to mid-wicket. He's now here as a bowling coach with Durham. Got 8 wickets for Gateshead, fell at CM Park the other day in the North East Premier League. Final round of games coming up for club cricketers. Most leagues across the country finish this weekend, don't they?
Yeah.
The Essex Premier League year, is it?
Yeah, there's quite a strong league system in Essex. I've seen quite famous names playing in the league sides.
Bracewell bowling to Beddingham, playing off into the covers, no run.
Just looking at, we mentioned the fact that Essex have been pretty consistent recently with their first innings scores, going past 450 here, and it's certainly been a feature in recent times this season. They made 602 for 6 last time out in the Championship against Warwickshire in their first innings, and 504 at Hove against Sussex in a winning cause. They won that game by an innings and 39 runs.
Bracewell to Beddingham. Beddingham behind that one. Got 2 sub-fielders on here, I think, Nick, 51 and 85.
Yeah, I'll just double check who, because we've definitely got obviously one for Snater, so it's a question of who else is missing.
They're not in my...
Bennett is 85, so it's just a question of we'll just maybe get confirmation of who else is out there.
51 the number.
Yeah, get confirmation of that.
Be in play fair, won't it?
Yeah, I'll look it up in a minute.
2 balls left of this over. There's been 4 dot balls so far. Bracewell to Beddingham. Beddingham plays that short to the leg side to Walter, no run.
It's difficult when you're trying to remember people's numbers. It's sometimes a bit tricky, but yeah, the loss of Snater obviously pretty significant here for Essex, and it might be a factor that counts against them in the fullness of time.
Last ball of the over. Oh, that pops on Beddingham,
yeah.
and he nearly steers it straight to square leg in the air. I think it might have come off his glove. End of the over. It's a maiden. Bit of a scare there. Luke Benkenstein playing here these days, eh?
Done very well, yes, indeed. Made a good impression, increasingly good impression in the 50 over competition. I suppose the one problem he's got in terms of Essex, you know, quite well off for spinners in the Championship. He obviously contributes with the bat as well.
I saw his name on a scorecard a while ago, and I thought, well, he can't possibly be Dale's son, because Dale's son's only little. He's only about 6 or 7, and I thought, well, hang on, Dale left Durham in 2013, so
yeah.
There's every chance this lad will now be in his 20s.
Yeah, it's funny enough, a mental block, because Simon Fernandez, of course, normally keeping is number 51. So thanks for updating me on that. It's played defensively off the back foot into the offside. First ball of Harmer's new over. And another run on the board for McKinney.
What's his name? Did you say Fernandez?
Yeah. What threw me, of course, is that he's been keeping wicket. But he's on as an outfielder.
He's not in my play fair, and neither is Bennett. He'll not be in yours either.
His next one just played away just wide of mid-wicket. There's Walter, and there's no run. So, yeah, 2 sub-fielders on.
Charlie Bennett.
Here's
What was Fernandez's first name?
Simon. That's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 36 for 2. McKinney 7 and Beddingham 9. We've got sunshine actually at the moment. We've got some very pleasant conditions. Lots of blue sky up there. Not too much heavy cloud. Most of it away on the Graham Gooch end of the ground. That's played defensively up to mid-wicket. So now I'm just trying to work out who the one other player is who's not on the field other than Harmer. Should try and work out. That's played defensively up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But Beddingham and McKinney settling in well after those 2 early wickets taken by Jamie Porter in successive overs of his. slipping a short leg in. And that one is an appeal from Harmer. It's rather left alone that by Bedingham as he got slightly trapped in his crease, but it was an appeal that was rather cut off. No great movement, just gentle turn for Harmer at the moment. And just having another look at that one. Yeah, it was quite high anyway as it struck him, but he was sort of left alone, almost sort of let it hit him. So 36 for 2, McKinney 7 and Bedingham 9. And the deficit is 88, so gradually getting it down, but they need to bat for a while longer, these two.
If you want to get in touch, it's wearecricket@bbc.co.uk or essexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can message me at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Seeing in the news Peter Mandelson has lost his job. So the UK is looking for a new US ambassador. Did go to the British Embassy in Washington DC many moons ago on a trip.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a very smart place.
Yeah. Met the mayor of Washington DC as well. Bracewell bowling to McKinney. It was I used to do on a Friday afternoon. I used to do the drive time show, and each week we used to have a lady used to come on from Washington DC, who would give us all the latest news about what was happening in America and what, like, you know, it wasn't a serious sort of political chat. It was more a humorous sort of take on things. And it was Connie Lawn. She'd been a White House correspondent since the 60s, I think. As Bracewell comes around, we get a bowl to McKinney. Anyway, Sunderland City Council were going over to Washington DC to sign a new city twinning agreement, and my wife was invited to cover the trip for the TV station she works for, and she suggested to me, why don't you see if you can go and you could do a show from Washington DC with Connie. So I put the idea to my bosses. They thought about it, and then about 3 or 4 days before the trip was due to go, they said, oh yeah, you can go. So I had to race down to London to get a visa at the American Embassy in Grosvenor Place. Bracewell bowls. This is turned away by McKinney out through mid-wicket. He's going to get 2 runs here. My pen's blown on the floor. He's going to get 3 runs here. Takes him up to 10. Durham 39 for 2, so they trail at the minute by 85. So we went out on this trip. It was a very, very quick trip. Flew on a Sunday and flew back on the Wednesday. Went to visit the mayor of Washington DC and went to visit a few other places, and then did a show from the BBC headquarters on the Wednesday before I then raced back to the airport, and it was in a place called Sunderland Place.
Oh, right. That's rather appropriate.
Yeah. I didn't know who I was going to meet when I got to the BBC building, and I knocked on the door, and the guy opened the door and says, "You all right, mate?" There was somebody who I used to work with in Newcastle who'd been posted out there. So yeah, there was I think the penultimate night we went to the British Embassy for a reception. It was a very nice place. In comes Bracewell bowling to Bedingham. That's defended. I'll tell you the night it was the night, because a few people disappeared during the reception. I thought, well, they were all gone, and they'd found a television and they were watching England in the World Cup in Germany. It was the night Michael Owen did his knee ligaments. I can't remember who they were playing. Can you remember that?
Which year was this?
The 2006 World Cup in Germany.
Oof, no,
because Michael Owen was playing for Newcastle at the time, so that became quite a big story for Radio Newcastle, because he was out for about a year or so. But they were all watching that on the TV in the British Embassy. Bedingham defends this. It's gone up to mid-off.
Right, Hampshire have been given an 8-point deduction in the Championship and fined £5,000 for a substandard pitch during their home match against Sussex in May, which is a game they lost by 9 wickets. Sussex actually batted very well on that, and then Sussex's seamers, I actually saw a day of this, ran through Hampshire, I think on the 3rd morning. Didn't notice anything untoward, but in respect of the unevenness of the bounce and assessment of turn but certainly marked as below average, and Hampshire have been docked 8 points.
So that means that they are sucked right back into the mire then, aren't they?
Yeah, so they move from 5th to 8th position in the championship table, and they definitely don't want to lose to Sussex today. That game has not yet got underway, I don't believe, this morning. That's very interesting, because I did actually happen to see a day of that with a relative, and
you were there at the ground, were you?
Yeah, on the day that what happened in that game, I think, was that there was a very big partnership for Sussex which got them ahead, and then their bowlers looked absolute world beaters and absolutely ran through Hampshire on the, I think it was the third morning.
So Hampshire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they haven't deducted the points table yet. So they've got at the minute they're on 132. So they're going to lose 8. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Being given an 8-point deduction.
126. They're going to be just above Durham.
It certainly was a bowler's pitch there, but what I would say is Sussex. I think John Simpson got runs in the game, and there was a very big stand for Sussex. It wasn't notably, all bowler friendly, but Sussex completely outplayed Hampshire in the game. That's played defensively off Harmer, up into the offside, and there is Fernandez, who fooled me because they say he's normally behind the stumps, but there he's at backward point.
Well, have you seen this then?
It's on the BBC Sport website.
Right. Is there anything about Somerset's pitch yet? I know, because that's due.
That's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run.
Dreadful pitch they produced for the game against Durham.
That 2-dayer.
Yeah.
So
Durham didn't help themselves the way they went about things. Though.
Yeah. Let's look up it was a game in May. So I did see there, but it's played defensively up towards mid-off by McKinney. No, 39 for 2, but deficit 85.
A game in May, and they make a decision now in September. Why does it take so long?
But
be quite ironic if Hampshire went down, wouldn't it? Because they were the beneficiaries who stayed up when Durham were relegated.
Yeah. Yes, of course it could be that Durham stay up at Hampshire's expense. We'll wait and see. Silly point in. We've got a slip and a short extra. That's played from the crease defensively up into the offside. So let me just have a little look at that game, just to refresh my memory of it. Yeah, Hampshire 154, Sussex 297 all out. So it wasn't as though...
So this was in Southampton?
Yeah, it was. And in that game, that's played defensively into the onside by McKinney, and there's no run. They were, at one point, Sussex 83 for 5, and then Hudson Prentice and Simpson had a massive stand that virtually won the game, took it up to 256, and they made 297, so they got a big first innings lead. And then so that's one just played defensively back down the pitch, and again Harmer Fields in his follow through. Quiet period of play here, maiden over 39 for 2, deficit 85, and then Hampshire in their second innings after a decent start were basically routed. Actually it was a mixture of seam and spin, because Carson got at 5 for 26. Henry Crocombe looked very good, getting 2 for 44 and 2 for 47 for the paceman McAndrew. So they were 165 all out, and Sussex knocked off the 23 for 1 to win by 9 wickets. So that was the game in question. And yeah, interesting, because there was one big partnership in it, but Sussex completely outplayed Hampshire in the game. So very interesting story that. Hampshire deducted 8 points. Thank you to Simon King for mentioning that on the emails, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And well, that could yet be significant, because we await news, of course, of their current game against the same opponent.
Noah Thane coming into the attack here. He only bowled 3 overs or something, wasn't it, in the first? Yeah, none for 19 in 3 overs in the first innings. Durham 39 for 2, are still 85 behind here. You're listening to Martin Emerson and Nick Gledhill on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Newcastle, around the world on the website, your smart speaker, and on the YouTube channel as well. Here comes Thane then, right arm over. That's gone down the leg side. It's missed by the keeper, and it's gone for 4 leg byes.
Yep, and so a little bit looking to get his line right here, Thane, but that's just released the shackles a bit for Durham. It was a loose delivery outside the leg stump, and couldn't be gathered in, taking the pad. So Thane might have a bit of an opportunity here. I say I don't think there's a possibility he might not have played a lot of Championship cricket this month if everyone had been fit. Obviously, particularly Cook, but Cox as well, I think.
Nice balls defended by Beddingham, played out in the offside, no run.
I think he might have played at Edgbaston, where he certainly won a four-seamer, but there was a possibility that he might not have played this game, particularly with Bracewell's signing. But he's now very much needing to add to Porter's couple of wickets, but Durham holding firm at the moment, showing good resistance. I wonder if once we get that news about Hampshire, that might increase their resilience further.
It's gone down the leg side. Stopped by the keeper.
One argument, of course, is as long as Hampshire avoid defeat today, they effectively get the 8 points back,
Yeah.
which is one way of looking at it. But
well, the thing that stunned me a couple of years ago was that inquiry into everything that had gone on in Yorkshire, and then when the points were dished out, they weren't going anywhere that season at all, so it had no real impact on them, and they were deducted points in a T20 competition where they'd never even got out of the group. Thane again, and you see what happened to Durham and how they were made an example of.
yeah, that was sort of stifle chart for LBW. It was a better delivery.
It's gone
from
down the
Thane.
leg side.
Yeah. Just needs to get his line a little bit further towards off stump. Not 79 for 5, need 57. A double for Ben Allison because he's got Carver Rain out for 3 as well as Jack Haynes for 10, so he's having a good morning. 79 for 5, and need 57.
Next ball is bowled by Thane, and Beddingham just plays that safely short on the leg side to Dean Elgar. No run, fielding it a close mid-wicket really.
You could add, I suppose if Hampshire were to win that game against Sussex, but there's no play this morning, they're running out of time, they haven't played there since day 2, then it completely negates the 8-point deduction. But if they were to lose the game, my word, that would give them some problems.
Last ball of the over, and that is played back to Thane via the ground. He didn't take it clean, it bounced out of his hands, and he's shielding his head because he didn't know where the ball had gone, and I think he thought it was going to come back and land on his head. End of the over, a maiden.
Surrey 379 for 8, lead by 377, and there might be one or two Surrey members thinking, why are we still batting? Because I reckon that they really want to get bowling there. You would have thought, Surrey, potentially if there's a bit of bad light around later. They lead by 377.
43 for 2, Durham are here, so the deficit 81.
Yeah.
So
that was a maiden, but it probably wasn't the best maiden from Thane in terms of a little bit on leg side, and of course there was the 4-leg byes from it. So there we are, a few things happening. I'll keep you up to date with what's going on around the country, and we'll recognise. I'm still trying to work out who the other fielder who's been off is. It might be that Charlie Bennett's gone off again, and therefore it's only temporarily the other fielder was off. But we'll see. You can always go round in circles with these subs coming on, as that's played defensively by McKinney, who's settling in well again. 10 from 51 balls. He's played that defensively up into the offside. Just going through the side and just ticking off the names of everybody who was out there. This is played again just defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Harmer in his 7th over has taken none for 8. So this is a delivery that's driven, I think it's taken on the full actually, driven back down the pitch, and Harmer fields in his follow through. Here's Harmer again, firing that one through, played defensively by McKinney. Looking relatively comfortable at the moment. Yorkshire 56 for 5 at Taunton, but it's raining again there. A long way behind Somerset's 441 for 6. Harmer bowls, and it's again played defensively on the bounce up to Silly Point, and there's no run.
I wrote an article for the BBC website earlier saying that Essex had declared and what might pan out today, and it's still sitting there because I think I've written it in the wrong day.
That's played again defensively, head over the ball by McKinney. Let's say playing Harmer pretty well. Not too much in it for Harmer at the moment. He did get a couple just as he floated up the turn a little bit earlier on, but not so much since. 43 for 2, McKinney 10, Bellingham 9. The early wickets of the two openers, Lees and Gay, both to Porter. 81 is the deficit. Essex declaring, well, more or less first thing this morning, certainly before play started. And Durham going out to bat. But it's been a good stand between these two. Very sensible, not too many risks.
Right, well, I'll go and dial into Newcastle. I'll do an
Right.
update for the BBC as well.
I think I've been ticking off the names, and I'm pretty sure everybody else is out there at the moment for Essex, apart from Snater. We've got the one sub fielder on. Two short mid wickets, very close to each other. A shortish square leg, a mid on, a mid off, a short cover, and a backward point and a slip. And here is a delivery from Same. It's just worked away down towards deep square leg for a single. So that's Charlie Bennett down there completing the fielding. But sometimes in this situation you just have to tick off all the names and just check everybody's out there, and I think we've accounted for everybody else. It has clouded over. We've got quite heavy cloud cover. The blue sky that was with us earlier has gone. The forecast is not so good this afternoon. Martin Bright's been in touch. What was our thoughts on a modern twist on county cricket, as in play each team in the North or South League top 4, make quarter-finals from each league. Top 2 would have home quarter-finals and semi-finals, and a big televised county championship final. So you could play knockout rounds in September, 3 fixtures. There's quite a lot to take in there. In Martin, I'll have another look at it. Let's play defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So you're talking about basically a north-south split, just looking through what you're saying, and basically playing knockout rounds in September, which would reduce travel. Yeah. So that's Martin from Braintree, which is so interesting idea, that, Martin. We'll wait to see what's going to happen with this latest proposal, which is not the worst, but it still won't suit counties like Essex, who prefer to stay at 14 games. A short mid-wicket and a short square leg and a conventional mid-wicket now, as that's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So yeah, so Martin, your thoughts very much a North and a South League, and then top 4 from each making quarter-finals, with the top 2 in each having home quarter-finals. Yep. Sorry, just reading that through. I think that's more or less what you're suggesting, and then playoffs in September. But the thought that they're looking at the moment, as I say, is this top division of 12 split into 2 groups of 6. This is played defensively by McKinney up towards cover. They're changing the field virtually every ball. Walter and Elgar are the 2 men in close on the onside. Then Walter is a very wide short mid wicket, and Elgar a much straighter one. And then you've got Critchley in at a more conventional mid-wicket. There's a mid-on, mid-off, cover Charlie Allison, a short third and a slip. I think there's going to be a man down on the fine leg boundary out of our sight. So here's a delivery from Sandwich. Good accurate one, just played defensively up towards the straighter of the 2 short mid-wickets. That's Dean Elgar, and there's no run. So yeah, Martin, another idea there, and say the idea they look to be going for is this top division of 12 split into 2 groups of 6. You play the sides in your group twice, so it's not much variety of opponents. You're just playing 5 teams twice, and then basically there's your 10 games, and then you have a sort of split in the table. So this is played just pushed into the offside for a quick single, and get through easily enough for 1 there. The end of Thane's over. It's 45 for 2, a deficit 80. So basically then split the table in 2. You got 2 sections of 6, You split each in two, so the top three from Group A play the top three from Group B, and the bottom three from Group A play the bottom three in Group B. Which the main problem with that for me is that 3 into 2 doesn't go. You're going to have some sides with 2 home games and some sides with 1. How do they plan that? And it's even more complicated when the 100 is where it is in the schedule next year. And the bottom 6 form well, it does look pretty grim that you're in a bottom division of 6 and you're going to play some sides 3 times, which could mean for the likes of Durham, if they're in it, 2 very long distance trips to the same venue in the same season. We've got a silly point and a slip as Harmer's bowling, and that's played defensively up towards water at shortish cover. 45 for 2. This pair hanging on well. Overcast conditions now. The deficit 79. Early wickets for Porter in successive overs. Lees and Gay, both LBW, both very similar dismissals. Ball just moving back into the into the left-hander from off to leg. That one just played defensively and taken by Charlie Allison, who is at the typical juniors fielding position of wants to sit him off now. It's always a shout there, and it's a wicket for Harmer. It's the wicket of McKinney, who had looked fairly comfortable against Harmer, but he was padding up to that one. And that was deceptive because it looked as though he was dealing with Harmer fairly comfortably, and suddenly just pushing forward to that one, Harmer has got his man. That's a really good wicket for Essex to take. It sneaked through and bowled him, just padding up, and look to see the replay of that one again, because how did Harmer manage to defeat his man there? He just left it alone, basically, just padded up, left it alone, and it's actually turned back and hit the off stump. So that's a disappointing dismissal, really, for the first innings Centurion, and a good wicket for Essex to take at that point, because 45 for 3, 79 behind. Those two were looking pretty comfortable. They weren't scoring particularly quickly. Harmer had bowled accurately, but without particularly looking threatening, and suddenly, just getting a bit of turn there, he's defeated the left-hander, and certainly that one's straightening on the left-hander, and getting him bowled. So Harmer strikes in his 8th over. He has 1 for 8. Ackerman joins Bedingham. It's 45 for 3, and the deficit is 79. So that is good news from the Essex point of view, and not good news for Durham at this stage, because they would have wanted those two to have batted through the half hours left before lunch. So a wicket for Simon Harmer at a very good time. The Grumbler was just mentioning that when Doug Bracewell was last bowling, he was walking back rather gingerly to the start of his run. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Goodness me. It has been a sudden run of problems for Essex with injuries. After it just looked so that the problems were virtually solved. They got everything solved. They had a full squad to choose from. And, well, we'll keep an eye on Bracewell and see when he comes back on. Bowled pretty well, apart from a couple of deliveries on Emilio Gay's pads. So here is Ackerman in, and gets one which he just pushes away into the onside, not too far away from Charlie Allison at short leg. Got a slip and a short leg in now for the right-hander. 45 for 3, but that's a big wicket for Essex to take with half an hour to go till lunch. Can they get another one before the break? Durham still 79 behind. And this just played defensively back down the pitch. The other news this morning that Hampshire got a 8 points deduction, so you feel a win here is well, I think they back it up with a draw. Edgbaston and Essex really should be fine, whatever happens in the last match here against Somerset, which is played defensively up to short leg, and there is no run. Certainly very cloudy at the moment, but a wicket for Simon Harmer, a wicket maiden. So he's got 1 for 8 from 8. Ackerman no score, Bedingham 10, and that's a big wicket for Durham to have lost. McKinney, who batted so well in the first innings, 121, leaving one alone from Harmer, and certainly just sort of straightened on him, and was knocking over off stump. So that's a big wicket to take. Stewart mentions the reason the Hampshire verdict took so long was that it went to appeal. It'd be interesting to see how Somerset get on, if they have been preparing 1 or 2 pictures of saying it have been a bit questionable for some time. And you remember when Essex got deducted 24 points for preparing a poor pitch at Southend, and it cost them the county championship. 1989, I think, Stuart. And I think in the Essex yearbook, when Peter Edwards wrote his summary of the year, the headline was "Then Came Southend." 45 for 3. Bedingham on 10 with 2 short mid wickets, and that's clipped away to the wider of the two. And there is no run. Nice crisp shot from Bedingham, but straight to the fielder. So we've got a slip in, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, 2 short mid wickets, a square leg and a fine leg on the boundary. So Jeff Hall's just saying, he's looking at the BBC Sport website about the points for Hampshire. Hampshire certainly were on 132, counting their bonus points. There's an appeal for OBW. It's a good shout there from Thane. Certainly had Bedingham trapped in his crease. 1 or 2 hands on head from around the Essex field. Quickly, standing there at short cover, was certain that was an out, but it's a good delivery from Thane. And it certainly caused Bedingham a few problems. 45 for 3, just looking at the replay of it. It's a pretty good shout. I mean, it was heading towards the leg stump, but maybe the question would be whether it might have been going down leg side. Didn't look particularly high. It's a good shout that from Thane. 10 to Bedingham, he stays. 45 for 3. And here's Thane again to bowl. Still with the 2 short mid wickets and a slip in, he bowls, and that one's again just played defensively back down the pitch. And there is no run. So disappointment for Durham there, Martin, losing the wicket of McKinney.
Bad leave,
pretty good.
Yeah, very bad leave. I think they've really got their work cut out to try and save this one now, Durham. I feared this might be the way this morning, the conditions and pressures put on them when Essex declared. The best thing for Durham would have been for Essex just to continue batting, but
yeah, that's part of the thinking, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe just carry on to the end of this over and bring you back for the next Harmer one. Here's Thane bowling, and that's just driven away off the back foot, punched up towards Matt Critchley, who's cover, who's pretty certain that last one was LBW. It looked a good shout, but certainly that was a very good delivery from Thane, who's settling into his spell pretty well now. He's keeping it very accurate. His first ball was a very loose one. He went for 4 leg byes, but since then you can't criticise too much of what he's served up here. 2 overs and 4 balls, none for 2, keeping it very tight from the Graham Gooch end.
Rich James on blue sky. Shocking judgment by the batsman there for that last wicket.
Yep, so as this next delivery, it's just takes the pad and rolls away into the onside. So it looks like the table, BBC table, showing Hampshire at 121. That would be correct, because going into the game they were 129 and they've picked up 3 bowling points. They're currently on 132, but now in reality on 124. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's very significant. Hampshire docked 8 points for 2 bowler friendlier pitch against Sussex in May, which they appealed against and have lost the appeal. But as I say, there was
they're only 6 points ahead of Durham now.
There was a very big Sussex stand in that game. I think Sussex just outplayed them. That's just played defensively back down the pitch up towards mid-on, and there is no run. A made no from Thane, who's bowling well. And what Essex are doing here is they're keeping the pressure now up from both ends, with Thane giving Harmer some very good support. Ackerman no score, Bedingham 10. And the problem for Durham is they're not really making much progress breaking into that deficit of 79.
When I looked up to see what the deficit was when the third wicket fell, I thought, wow, it's still 79. Came as a bit of a surprise.
Well, I'll tell you what, there could be a few twists in the relegation story today, because it is raining again at Taunton, but Yorkshire are 60 for 6. So if Somerset can get them bowled out early afternoon, there is still a possibility that Yorkshire could be right back in trouble. They haven't got many points in that game because they didn't take many wickets.
Harmer bowling from the river end to Ackerman. Mikey Mike suggesting the Weatherby Whaler for tea. Yeah, it could be, Mike. I haven't been there this season, so...
Notts 87 for 6, need 49. Really getting tense there.
Nice ball played out on the offside.
Very spirited performance by Worcestershire. They rolled for 182 in the first innings, but they fought back well since then. 87 for 6, Notts needing 49.
Next ball comes in. That's defended. Back to the bowler. by Ackerman. Adrian Kirk says, as long as the same thing happens to Sussex following what happened on Tuesday, in terms of pitch, a reduction in points for the pitch at Hove this week. I don't know what happened on Tuesday. Next ball's gone off to short leg.
Well,
there were two low-scoring first innings, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a very low-scoring game. I mean, I think Hampshire supporters might raise a few eyebrows at the innings totals in that game compared to the one in May.
Harmer right arm over, Ackerman forward to this one.
What Sussex need to do, if they can get out there this afternoon, is knock the runs off, and that will probably remove any doubts. But 122 and 37 for one Sussex, Hampshire 226 and 173. Very bowler friendly.
In comes the bowler again, and Ackerman deals with it again. He's at the end of the over. It's a maiden, so Durham, the scoreboard takes over the whole scoreboard to tell you it's a maiden rather than leaving at least the score up there. 45 for 3 they are. Colin Ackerman started the season. He became the 8th Durham player to get 100 in each innings. He made 116 and 124 at Trent Bridge on his birthday, 34th birthday. Durham lost it, so that's 130. Well, that's 240 runs there in that one match, and in total he's got 589. So after that excellent start, he's not really pushed on. So that's in 12 matches. So this is his 18th innings. So
so it's going to be.
So he's only got 349 runs in the other 15 innings.
Yeah, so a bit of a decline after a good start. Sane continuing his spell, has bowled impressively, 3 overs, none for 2. That's just played defensively up into the offside. It's actually, he's a third seamer here, but in terms of an ideal role of a fourth seamer, which he would normally be, it's been just what Essex would want, just keeping it up. He can get a wicket, it's a bonus, but he's just keeping it tight from one end and making sure there's no pressure release. As Bedingham played that first ball defensively, he's on 10 from 55, Ackerman none from 9, 2 wickets to Porter and 1 to Harmer. 45 for 3, the deficit 79, about 20 minutes to go before lunch, and Sane bowling that one, a bit of a sort of half shot from 1 or 2, but in the end played defensively back by Bedingham back down the pitch, and there's no run. So
if you look at his averages, so his average is 34.6, but take that first game out of it, he's averaged 23 in the rest of them. And looking through the Durham middle order, Ackerman 34, Ollie Robinson 34, Ben McKinney 32, who's a top order batsman generally.
Surrey declared at 391 for 8, leaving Warwickshire 390 to win. There's a pull shot here from Bedingham, slightly shorter ball and put away nicely for 4. It's a good shot, and in fact gone all the way for 6. It had more carry than I thought into the very untenanted wide open spaces away at deep mid wicket next to the public seats, Tiptree stand, and it had a lot of carry on that. Good firm strike from Bedingham, and that's helped to raise a bit of a deficit as Durham get to their 50, and the deficit drops down to 73, 51 for 3.
Beddingham's average is only 23, but he's only playing in his 6th innings because he was injured and he was away on international duty, but he got 1,300 runs last year.
Yeah, incredible.
So that's been a massive difference for Durham this year.
2 short mid wickets still in as Bedingham comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, so no play at Hove, and interesting one to keep an eye on this afternoon. Because if Hampshire were to lose the game, they'd be in a lot of trouble. If they win it, they've more or less sorted out the problems they had this morning with the 8-point deficit. And I suppose if it's a draw, it's somewhere in the middle. Here's Bedingham looking to play into the onside to Walter, who's at the wider of the 2 short mid wickets, and there's no run.
I'm just wondering if that judgment's been passed on Hampshire today, if the same committee are about to announce a decision on the Somerset wicket as well.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Be ironic if Notts lose, Surrey don't win, and Somerset win today. I think they've got a chance of the championship, and then they would get news like that. So far, no news on Somerset's pitch. Oh, it's hit in the air. This could be a catch at fine leg. And it's waiting for the ball to fall, and it's taken. So that is a wicket for Thane. It was a very ambitious shot there from Beddingham. He was looking for a sort of hook shot away back of the square on the onside. And it did look to be a very ambitious shot in the circumstances, but basically he got suckered in by being fairly constrained, not being able to get the ball away. And Doug Bracewell just had to wait an awful long time for that ball to fall into his hands, but eventually it did. He didn't have to move, but that really is a bit of batsman error. It was he'd hit a 6 earlier in the over. He got underneath that one. He was trying to hoik it away over deep square leg, and unfortunately just got too far underneath it, and Bracewell didn't really have to move. He just had to wait for the ball to come to ground, and that is a huge double blow for Durham. Just when it looked like they were settling into a good partnership, they've lost the 2 participants in the partnership. We've got 2 guys out there without a run to their name, and 51 for 4. I'm starting to share your pessimism for Durham today now, Martin, after those last 2 rather soft dismissals.
I'd be surprised if this lasts beyond mid-afternoon. I don't know where the fighting spirit is yet. It's decidedly lacking. I think this could well be a very chastening experience.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I suppose it's batter error really for the last couple of dismissals.
Yeah.
You could say the first 2
You just got a 6, why play that shot?
Yeah. The first 2 that Porter got out, that typical dismissals of Porter to a left-hander. But those last 2 would be a bit of a concern. Well, so far for Essex this morning, it has gone according to plan. They decided to declare, realising they had to just get in there and start taking wickets, and they have duly done so. They took 2 at the top with Porter, bit of a stand, and now 2 15 to 20 minutes before lunch. Can't really complain from an Essex point of view about the way the morning has gone. Harmer 9 over 6 maidens, 1 for 8. Nice wicket that for Noah Thane. And now a lot of pressure on
I'll tell you
Durham.
what, it's not out of the question to suggest Durham could be heading for an innings defeat here. They're still 73 behind and they're 4 down.
Robinson joins Ackerman.
In comes the bowler to Ackerman. Somebody's going to put a partnership together which lasts hours. Take this innings way up into late afternoon, because otherwise they're done for. And even if they do get in the lead at this point in time, the way the wickets are falling, as Ackerman plays that to mid off, they're not going to have much in the tank, are they?
No, and what Dean Elgar was saying in that interview yesterday has been backed up. Basically what he was saying is there's a bit more in the pitch, particularly with the dampness around, than might have been apparent at first sight.
Next ball played by Ackerman towards point. He looks for a single, but Robinson tells him to stay where he is.
Martin Arnold, hello to you, Martin. You're just saying you're enjoying the commentary, and your wife just come in and said, what's the weather like for the rest of the day? Better than yesterday.
Next ball's a quicker delivery from Harmer. It's more of a medium pace of that one. It's played to Walter, short mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, it could be some showers around this afternoon, but I think Essex would want to try and get this done as quickly as possible. The next ball is played back to Harmer by Ackerman.
He's with Martin on the 100. He says he feels no affinity towards any of the teams.
No.
And that's quite a common thing, I think.
Well, if you look at, the Trent Rockets are meant to be the team for the East Midlands. I mean, Dave Fletcher pointing out, no Derbyshire players have been getting a look in there.
No.
They play their matches at Trent Bridge. Durham's teams, the Northern Superchargers, they're nearly 100 miles down the motorway.
And you say that the proposed restructuring of the championship is absurd. Who dreamt up this awful hodgepodge? It's not the worst suggestion I've seen, Martin. I have seen worse ones that have had serious discussion. But one of the things that has been slightly frustrating is the fact that they've had to come up with this top division of 12, which is really a bit daft. when you think, you've got 18 teams, you want something a little bit more equal than that. And the reason they've done it is, of course, the more teams in Division 1, the more votes they're going to get. And that's basically putting it in a nutshell. It's not the worst suggestion, but there are problems with it for next year, and they'd have to fix the 100 in the second half of August, where it was this year. I think it might actually get through, maybe not for next year, but the year after, we'll see. Here is Thane. It's 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. And this is played nicely by Robinson up towards the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. That's Dean Elgar. He's got Walter for company, almost handshaking distance away. There's a square leg, a slip, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on. That's Wesley, and a fine leg on the boundary. And then also, he doesn't like the changing of batsman to batter. He can sign the word to the trash can.
Batter, to me, when I was a kid, it was always
fish and chips.
The kids who didn't understand cricket would use the term batter.
Yeah. No, I've sort of gradually got used to that. I don't know if short third is the official terminology for that fielder now. I'm not sure. 51 for 4. As this is run down off an open face down towards third man for a single.
Vacant
in fact,
third man.
It's going to be vacant, yeah, it is. So if there was one, there would be a single, but in fact there's going to be 4 because there's nobody in that area. So down towards third man, and Fernandez, subfielder, had to run back and collect it. Do we think Fernandez and Bennett have been alternating as subfielders this morning? 55 for 4. Robinson off the mark with 4. Ackerman no score.
Rich on Blue Skies asking, where's Will Rhodes? Well, he's just not had any form in the championship.
55 for 4, and that's played up to Elgar again, straight up for 2 short with wickets, and again there's no run. Yes, how long has he been with Durham?
Just joined this year.
Right, because he was pretty prolific, wasn't he? Was it Warwickshire he was with last, wasn't it? And he was pretty prolific for them. So there we go.
His average 15 in the championship.
Yeah.
In 10 innings.
That was like quite a long way below what he was doing last year, if I look that up. When he was averaging 48.57 for Warwickshire. Here is Thane. That's clipped away nicely. That's on the pads. That's not his best ball. Clipped away down towards deep mid wicket for 1. So 56 for 4. The deficit is 68, but that's still a long way off, and 2 new batters at the crease.
Rich says, what's occurring with Will Rhodes? He's not used as a bowler in the Hampshire T20 debacle, and not in the team for this one, when it was obvious our bowling attack was short, to say the least. Thanks for the commentary to you and the Essex guy. Well, the Essex guy is called Nick, but there have been other Essex guys called Dick. So it's Dick and Nick.
Here's Thane again, and this is played away up back down the pitch, and there's no run.
That sounds like comedy entertainers from the BBC Children's Channel,
yes.
Doesn't it? Dick and Nick.
It was
it Dick and Dom or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. At one point, I thought the Chuckle Brothers on children's TV were so superior to everything else in terms of light entertainment. They'd sweep the board at the national television or the British Comedy Awards. They were quite funny. And 56 for 4. As that's played away on the bounce, just goes past short mid wicket up towards mid on. And recently I've been reminded, because I watched a half-hour documentary on Jasper Carrott's career back in 1975, where he did a novelty thing called Funky Moped. But on the other side of it, he famously had the Magic Roundabout. Everyone who remembers that, Jasper Carrott's recording, his parody of it. Didn't get much radio airplay for various reasons, but it was a very, very funny. He's had his moments in his career. I love the Detectives series that he did, and if you remember that one, Martin.
Yeah, him and Robert Powell,
yeah.
With the curly,
and of course, I actually was quite a big fan of Golden Balls, because it was well, it was quite an unusual series. It's that 56 for 4. Ackerman no score, and Robinson 5.
Harmer bowling here to Robinson. That's played down into the ground and defended. I don't know Golden Balls.
It was a daily quiz show on ITV, but it ended up with split or steals. There were 2 finalists, had to decide whether to share the money or one would take the money off the other. But they didn't know which was going to split and which was going to steal.
Next ball played by Robinson out through the covers. That might go for 4. It looks like it's got the legs to get to the boundary, or has it? No, it's been dragged away from the rope, so it will not be a 4. It was chased all the way across the far side of the ground by Jamie Porter.
So when the two contestants split the money, it was like a happy ending, but there were 1 or 2 instances of people stealing £100,000 from the other person, and that was quite graphic television for tea time, I have to say, and I think it probably was a bit too graphic, but it was an interesting show.
Harmer to Robinson. Robinson ran 2 off that last one.
If anyone listening was a contestant on Eat Golf and Balls and lost money, let us know.
That sounds like the row which I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were talking about a guy who snatched a signed autographed hat from a 10-year-old kid at the US Open tennis or something.
Oh, yeah, strange story that, wasn't it?
This is left alone, well wide of off stump. Into the keeper's gloves it goes. Macca says picking a team playing for a draw isn't the exciting cricket we were promised. Picking 4 bowlers, 2 of which average 40, is never going to result in a win, he says. Oh, that nearly skids through. Robinson went back into his crease there and got onto the bat late.
Notts hanging on at 88 for 6, still needing 48, closing in on lunch at Newwood. If they lose that, the title is surely all over. So it's a really big day in terms of a championship.
Next ball, cut away, pass point for 4. Nice late cut that from Ollie Robinson. He got his hands through the ball quickly. It's gone up to the school stand.
Dare one say we have to look at a late revival from Worcestershire if they did win that game, and they're playing at Chester Street next week.
I said this one could be over by mid-afternoon, and Dr. David Tennant says, Dr. Kevin Tennant says mid-afternoon seems optimistic currently.
Thank you to Harry Edwards, who's been cutting hedges and verges while listening to the commentary, and he's sent us some photos to show exactly what he's been doing. So thank you very much indeed.
That
That's
sounds
very
like it's verging on the ridiculous.
Verge, yes.
It's nearly lunch, by the way, isn't it?
A lot of work there, Harry.
This will be the last over before lunch, won't it? Critchley's coming in for a bit of a twirl.
Yeah, and Matt Critchley's had a pretty good season all round, not just with the ball, but with the bat, but with the ball as well. So can he add to his haul of wickets, which is actually quite impressive? We'll just check out in his figures. Bowling his leg breaks from the Graham Gooch end, as that's played defensively by Ackerman, back down the pitch, and there is no run. So, yeah, a tidy return of 28 wickets for Critchley at an average of 28 a time, and that's just run down off the open face down towards short third, and Fernandez still on a sub-fielder, just going to be a single. So 63 for 4. Blue sky over the right-hand side of the ground, over the pavilion. And the executive boxes, fairly cloudy over the apartments to the left. 63 for 4, the deficit 61. So they're halfway there, Durham, but they've lost 4 wickets. And there's an attempted, unwise cut shot to the leg break bowler. It's playing a miss in the end from Robinson. But 28 wickets at 28. A good return for Critchley, as that's played defensively into the offside. And actually, if you look at his averages, he's a second in the averages to Porter, who's got 41 wickets, and only Harmer's actually taken more than him, apart from Porter. As one's played defensively, just into the onside. So Porter 41, Harmer 34, Critchley 28, Snater 27 in terms of wickets. So it really has been an excellent return for Critchley to go with his average of 42 with the bat and 300s and 350s, as that's played back down the pitch, and Critchley picks up in his follow through, and that's a nice tidy start from him. The over before lunch, I think that is going to be lunch as the players make their way off. So it has been emphatically Essex's morning. 63 for 4, the deficit is 61. Ackerman 1, Robinson 11, 2 early wickets for Jamie Porter, 1 for Harmer, 1 bonus wicket really for Thane, but a batter error. And yeah, Durham had an awful lot to do, Martin.
Yes, I just don't know how they turn this around. They go on about fighting spirit and needing to be aggressive and all the rest of it. They've been fairly defensive today, but it's got them nowhere. And they're mired in a relegation scrap. They're in the relegation zone. And they've got to show some fighting spirit, because at the minute it's all particularly toothless.
So, very good morning for Essex. They're in line for a victory that will surely take away any lingering fears of relegation. 63 for 4 Durham. We're back with you for the resumption at 1:10. the lunch interval at 63 for 4, trailing by 61. After Essex took pairs of wickets really either end of the session with the double strike from Jemmy Porter to get rid of the openers, and then really down to a bit of batting error, McKinney and Beddingham, frustratingly for Durham supporters, out in the last half hour before lunch. So 63 for 4 Durham, and Ackerman and Robinson together at the crease. We are keeping an eye out to see whether we can see Doug Bracewell, because we were talking in the morning about the fact that we had apparently 2 subfielders out there at one time, and that happened when Bracewell went off after his spell. He is out there, I'm pleased to say, from an Essex point of view, which suggests that he's going to be available to bowl, and hopefully available for the game coming up at Edgbaston next week. But Simon Fernandez is still out there fielding in the outfield, and it looks like he's the only subfielder at the moment. But Essex in a very good position, looking just to keep chipping away here. Very interesting to see that it's raining at the Oval, which I wasn't expecting to be saying today. So there's obviously still a bit of weather around. So Armour bowls, and that's played defensively by Ackerman into the offside, and there's no one. So have a quick look at the radar, because that one has taken me by surprise a little bit. Wasn't expecting that. See if it's raining at the Oval, there's any sign of anything coming this way. I think it's just a passing shower at the Oval. We can see it on the radar there, but it's no more than just a passing shower, which happened to have hit them. That's run down towards the backward point, and there's no run, but no great concerns with the weather, I would have thought, for the next couple of hours. There is a potential problem around about 4 o'clock, not as big as yesterday's problem, but there could still be some rain in the final session. This one sees Ackerman using his feet, trying to drive that, but it goes on the bounce to Harmer, who takes it in his follow-through. Harmer, 11 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 14. And at the other end, Noah Thame was keeping it very tight in that period up until lunch. As this one just comes forward to and steers up into the onside, and there's no run. So no real problems from the weather for the next couple of hours, but there is certainly an indication of an area of rain which might get to us around about tea time or just afterwards, but not as severe as yesterday's, which terminated proceedings, as that's played defensively into the onside. Again, use of the feet from Ackerman up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we're keeping an eye on what is happening. That passing shower has gone at the Oval, and now they're back on. So Warwickshire 7 without loss, need theoretically 383, as that's played into the offside this time by Ackerman off Harmer, but there's no run there. So maiden over from Harmer. There'll be a few more of those this afternoon. 63 for 4. Surrey's declaration, which seems about half an hour late to me, but anyway, 391 for 8. Warwickshire need a further 382. They're 8 for no wicket. Still nothing at Hove. Hampshire have been deducted 8 points for the pitch from their reverse fixture against Sussex at the Utilita Bowl in May. So they are currently on 124 points. They can add to that, of course, with a draw or a win, but it's still no play at home. We're waiting to see if there's any sign of a resumption there. The real story at the moment is at Worcester, where Notts are 91 for 6, needing 45 to beat Worcestershire. If they lose, surely the title is all over. If they win, well, they could well be right up on Surrey's coattails, going into the big clash between the two coming up next week. 63 for 4, and the start of the new Porter over, who's come back from the Graham Gooch end, and the ball just played by Robinson up into the offside. And to continue describing this over, welcome back to Martin Emerson.
Yes, in the afternoon. What time did you say the rain was due?
It's looking like there's a bit of rain around, again late afternoon, but not quite to the extent of yesterday. So there's a bit of rain around on the radars.
What time's tea on the final day?
10 past
September?
3.
10 past 3. So do you think the rain will be here before 3?
Could be a bit after that.
Ball played by Robinson down towards backward point. No run.
But I can see the rain they're looking at, and if it keeps coming in its southwest to northeast direction, it probably will hit Chelmsford, but not for a while, and not as severe as yesterday.
I haven't actually looked at the radar today.
I only bothered to look because I noticed they'd had a shower at Surrey, which had delayed the resumption, which surprised me.
Porter comes in from the gooch end. Robinson defends. The ball rolls back along the ground of the bowler.
It is raining at Taunton, but that game has been blighted by rain. And Yorkshire will be grateful because they're 60 for 6 in their first innings in reply to Somerset's 441 for 6.
Well, according to the Met Office app, we've got an 80% chance of rain here between 2 and 3, and then it's 70 and 60 the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, there's
So
not much
that's-
sign of rain at the moment.
Well,
is
there's
there?
a big cloud over
Yeah.
there coming towards
Yeah,
us.
that could be a potential shower.
Sort of-
There's not. There's
is that the
not too-
northwest up that way?
Yeah, westerly. Yeah.
Porter bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. It's nipped back in. Not given. Possibly the issue would be height.
Yeah, I can't see anything. But there are one or two showers, but the main rain problem looks still a little way away.
Thing is, it's scattered showers.
Yeah.
Well, looking on this, the radar now, there's a huge splodge of weather just to the north of us, passing by. That looks like heavy rain.
So what it means is Durham have just still got to dig in, as that third wicket pair were doing, until they arguably both gave the wickets away.
Porter again. That's defended by Robinson. Porter plays keepy up as the ball comes back to him. That stuff above us has already passed us.
Yep.
So there's a huge splodge at 14:45, which will be right on top of us.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that causes
might
a
help
problem.
Durham.
That was probably the rain that was on my radar. That I thought might get there around about tea time. It's 20 minutes earlier on yours.
Yeah. Porter bowling to Robinson, who nearly edges behind there. He played and missed. Good over. Maiden. How long are Durham for this world, I wonder?
Division 2, Gloucestershire declared at 175 for 3, Leicestershire 17 for 1, needing 299 to win. If they draw, and it's a draw at Lords between Middlesex and Derbyshire, Leicestershire are promoted. At the moment, Derbyshire 107 for 4, leading by 92. Middlesex, if they can take some more quick wickets, have got a chance there. Hard to see how Derbyshire get into a position where they can declare there. And that game still might have a positive result. Here's Harmer bowling, and that's lofted away. It's pretty well placed, going out towards deep mid-wicket. Good shot from Ackerman, away for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. Used his feet, got to the pitch and played it pretty well. So, it could be quite an eventful day. Certainly has been already with that Hampshire news. Docked 8 points. Question from the Grumbler about Mitchell Colleen, who is coming to Essex, and what you can tell Essex listeners about him, Martin, as that's just played on the bounce up towards Walter at mid-wicket.
Fast bowler, took a fiver on his debut a few months ago in the county championship. He's been playing in the one-day cup side the last few seasons.
And this is all chopped away, and it goes straight to slip. So again, it's
What
a
on
slightly
earth was he
strange.
thinking of there?
Yeah, it's a slightly strange batter error, really. He was backing away outside the off stump, looking, I think, at a square cut, and then I think the ball was just chasing him a little bit. And in the end, it's almost like that sort of field drill that you get in the morning, where you're testing out the slip fielder to make sure that they're awake. And it's exactly what's happened there. Very, very odd dismissal. Dean Elgar at slip found that one just coming almost off the face of the bat, top half of the bat, and came to him pretty quickly, well judged, but straight to him, chest height, and an early wicket for Essex after lunch. 2 for Harmer now, and the dive very much looks cast here. 64 for 5, and just what Durham, 67 for 5, correction, just what Durham didn't want, an early wicket in the session.
Tell you what, they could still lose by an innings here. 57 behind. This is awful.
Yeah, it's
There's all the talk about coming down here and playing aggressively and taking the game to Essex, and then what's unfolding in front of us. Where is the fight in this relegation scrap here? And to be 189 for 1 in first innings and be in this situation now where
I think that's it, isn't it?
coming out 124 behind, you could actually lose by an innings.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing from Durham's point of view. They come here, Sam Cook's not available, Jordan Cox isn't playing.
Yeah, two bowlers down as well. Slater and Bracewell.
Might be that Bracewell isn't going to be particularly needed for the rest of this game. He's walking back rather gingerly there to his fielding position. Hard to tell, but we'll try and get an interview at the end of the day as to if there's any problem there for him in terms of the Edgbaston game coming up. But the one thing we have been thinking is that Charlie Bennett is the odds on him making his debut for Essex in the Championship for the end of the season have been cut dramatically. Right, Clark is at the crease, 67 for 5, slip on a short leg, and Harmer's going to bolt him in. Bright sunshine, that pops off the bat, and pad does it. There's an appeal, no, not out. Just off the pad. Pepper came around, took it. But, good shout. It's all very much going the way of Essex at the moment. Harmer bowls again. It's played defensively to backward point. So Chris Silverwood at the members forum, which I think was on Tuesday, saying that Essex might be looking to try and get some of the new signings who are to join the club next year to come on loan at the end of this season. So we're looking at possibly Colleen and of course Actor from Gloucestershire, which might be necessary if the bowling resources are further stretched. That's just played without any timing and a bit awkwardly up towards mid-on by Clark, I think, in the end. Robinson will now have the strike, and Clark no score, Robinson 11. It's 67 for 5, a deficit is 57. The deficit has really hardly moved, has it, in the last sort of hour's play, Martin? That's been one of the problems for Durham. Blustery afternoon, but a pleasantly warm one.
Porter comes in. This is played back to him. The pen's blown off the shelf again.
Jeff on our emails, listening to our conversation this morning about the second phase plan of top 3 in each section of the 12-team Division 1 playing the equivalents in the other group and vice versa, and how to decide who gets to play 2 games at home. Similar to the Scottish Premier League, where each side plays each other 3 times.
This one's gone off to cover area. Elgar collects no run.
Yeah, in the Scottish Premier League, you play each team 3 times and then you have the split. So it's similar to that, but not quite as similar as well, I still think the best proposal for 13 matches is, which was really taking the Scottish Premier League as the, if you like, as a source of what you're doing, and you play each side once in a top division of 10, and then you have the split, and the top 5 play each other again, when the bottom 5 play each other again.
Porter bowling to Robinson. Robinson plays it a backward point dot ball.
And the reason I liked that one, it got ditched because apparently it was too complicated, but the critical thing is when you get to the playoff stage, you're playing the same number of home and away games, which is important, 2 each, and you can actually play all 9 games in the group stage before the blast starts. 4 in April, 4 in May, 2 at the start of June. That's 10 rounds with a break in the middle, and that's actually quite simple, but unfortunately that one got left on the wayside.
Robinson defends on off stump. That big black cloud's nearly right over us now.
We'll
the sun's about to vanish in a second.
It will just be a shower, I think, but it could well be an interruption.
Look at the shape of it.
Yes.
It's like a big ball coming past us, isn't it?
Something out of a horror movie. Yeah. But I'll tell you, one of the reasons, Jeff, they ditched that was because they knew they really wanted to have a 12-team top division to try and get as many counties on board as possible, and that's why the top division of 10 looks like going.
Porter bowls to Robinson. Robinson plays the ball out into the covers, no run.
I was thinking, why don't they just go for a top division of 14 and then even more counties will be king of it? But I think 12 is still a little bit extreme, but we shall see what happens in the fullness of time as to whether there is going to be any relegation this year. Hampshire might be hoping there isn't, given what's happened to them today. And similarly, I suspect Durham, if this game goes the way that we think it's going to.
Last ball of the over, played to point by Robinson, and that's a maiden.
Suddenly he's got much darker in the last 20 seconds, hasn't he?
Yeah. I just don't see how Durham get themselves out of this relegation scrap, because they've never won a game since May, and in recent performances they've been, I mean, they fought back at the Oval.
I'll tell you what, you deserved your 8 points for the draw at the Oval. That was good.
I mean, they fought back hard there, but Somerset was dreadful. They were really poor against Surrey at home. The big gamble earlier in the year was declaring and setting Warwickshire 320, which was very generous, over 100 overs. It got closer than it might have done, but Warwickshire got over the line and won by 1 wicket. And Clive Eakin from Radio WM said at the time he felt it was an overly generous declaration and could come back to haunt Durham later in the year.
Here's Harmer bowling, and played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I think Warwickshire don't do over generous declarations. They've often been a draw specialists, haven't they? So Clive would know one when he sees it. Here's Harmer bowling again, and Clark here just playing up into the offside, up towards cover, and there's no run. So suddenly our sun is fighting back. It's doing well today, much better than yesterday. It's peeking out from the corner of this big dark cloud, and now gone back in again. The light is changing by the minute here at the moment. Harmer bowls, and that's driven away nicely into a big gap, probably for 2. If it's stopped, it will be 2, but it's not going to be stopped, and it gets to the boundary and goes for 4. Thought it was just going to be hauled in. Very well timed shot that by Clark, and it just well enough time to elude the fielder out at deep cover. I think it's Critchley, and it might have been 2, but it is 4. He goes to 471 for 5, and the deficit creeps down a little bit more. It's down to 53. This is a drive, firm drive, straight back to Harmer, and there's no run.
There's a lot of dust came up there when that shot was played. Yeah. This is weird, this cloud, because it's a really big, chunky black cloud, but it's got a sort of jagged edge, and the sun keeps appearing for a few seconds and disappearing again.
That's that delivery which just gets a little bit of purchase from Harmer. A little bit of awkward bounce, but well played by Clark.
Paul Wallace says this is heartbreaking to listen to. The Secret Farmer says if they lose this, then they deserve to go down. I know it's harsh, but it's true.
71 for 5, Harmer bowls, and that's just close to popping up off the bat and pad, but it doesn't. It goes back down the pitch, and the end of Harmer's over. And Clark for Robinson will have the strike on 11. 71 for 5. The deficit is 53, and the latest from New Road, that not 7th wicket pair hanging on. 98 for 6. They need 38 to beat Worcestershire. Patterson White and Lyndon James at the crease.
Patterson White from Sunderland. He did move down to Nottingham when he was 2, so he talks in a Nottinghamshire accent.
Not really one that got away then.
No, he's
and left very early.
His auntie Joanne is a friend of ours, and her kids go to the same school. But I think his mum, Liam's mum, had gone down to a New Year's Eve party or something in Nottingham. That was where she met his dad. Porter comes in, bowls. This is defended once again by Robinson. Toon Man says it goes from bad to worse. Things need to change. They just seem to be moving from one disaster to another. I can accept injuries and players out of form, but the management team need to have plans in place to cover these risks. Maybe relegation is the kick up the proverbial they need, he suggests.
And
I mean, there might not actually be a relegation yet. We have got no idea how next year's season's going to look. As Nick was just explaining, as this is another defensive shot from Robinson.
They are still off at Hove, so it's starting to look, Martin, now, so Hampshire are going to get those 8 points back with a draw there. And I'm just wondering who the closest side to Durham are going to be.
Yorkshire, will it?
They're going to get 8 points for a draw despite their mishaps today. It could well actually still be Hampshire on 132.
Porter in, and that's gone off to point, no run there.
It's looking like, obviously, if Essex win and everything else is a draw, I'm looking at Warwickshire Surrey being a draw at the moment. And yeah, you're looking at Durham 118, and I think Hampshire 132 with a draw. Sussex will get the 8 points as a draw, go to 138. Yorkshire will go to 135 with a draw. So yeah, it could be a reasonably sizable deficit going into that Worcestershire game next week.
Porter bowls, played up to mid-off by Robinson, no run. Durham still stuck with this deficit in the 50s, 53 at the minute, 71 for 5. If it's all about just trying to exist and survive today,
No, just
you're going to need at least these two to try and get them up towards 3 o'clock and tea, and hopefully the rain comes along and causes us a few problems. I can feel spots of rain coming through the window at the minute, but that cloud's nearly past us now.
Yeah, there are spots of rain falling now.
Big ones landing right on my head. I'm going to have to move. I'm getting wet.
Yeah, it's come on quite suddenly. That one just played defensively.
They are big, big dollops.
I think it's just going to be a short shower, this, but it might force the players off.
I think it's too dangerous for them to be out there at the minute.
It wasn't yesterday night at Cardiff, but yeah, it's just. I think it's a short shower, but
Yeah. I'm just going to close the window.
probably the
because
sort of surprise shower they got at the Oval.
in comes Porter again and bowls to Robinson, and that is another maiden from him. So Robinson's not getting any runs at this end at the moment.
It looks like they're still staying out there for the moment. I think the umpire's sense this is going to be temporary, but
They're having a chat.
Yeah, just a bit of news actually from Hove. They're going to start at 2 o'clock. 51 overs left. Sussex need 278. The mindset for Sussex, I would have thought, particularly with Hampshire having had that points deduction, is to probably make sure they don't lose. And it's an awkward pitch. We must remember that it's an awkward pitch, so it's going to be hard to score at 5.5 and over against Barker and Abbott. So that's the news there at Hove. It looks like they're going to start at 2 o'clock, and we're staying out here. Harmer with a slip and a short leg. Bowls, and this was played defensively by Clark. At least these two showing a bit of resistance after that early dismissal in the afternoon. 71 for 5, a deficit 53. Harmer bowls again, flatter one. Again, defensive shot from Clark back down the pitch, and there's no run. Brian in Harlow says plenty of blue sky there, or at least there was about 5 minutes ago when he sent the email. Might have changed by now. Harmer 2 for 22 in the 15th over. That one's pushed up into the offside. Quick single. Bracewell still out there. Hasn't bowled since lunch. As it goes through for a quick run. So it looks like a 2 o'clock start at Hove. Actually, they require a further 241 Sussex, so it's going to be about 5 and over. That's played up into the offside, and there's no run, but still that's quite a big ask on a pitch that's been pretty tricky for the batters up to this point. Certainly make Hampshire's day, wouldn't it, if they lost that game having had the 8-point deduction. Here's a forcing shot off the back foot, but it only goes up as far as backward point. Robinson stays on 11. Clark 5, 72 for 5. 2 wickets for Harmer, 2 to Porter, and 1 to Thane. Essex declared with their overnight lead of 124. Still raining. Harmer bowls, and on the drive that's sliced away out towards backward point. I wonder if the umpires will have another chat. It's still drizzling here. They can see this is just a shower cloud, and there is brighter weather coming. They're trying to stay out as things stand. It's not raining hard, but 72 for 5, Clark 5 and Robinson 11, and 52 behind. That's 104 for 6. This 7th wicket stand has added 21 so far, 21 valuable runs. They need 32 at New Road.
Porter bowling to Clark. They have switched ends now, so it's Robinson who's been facing all the deliveries from Porter since lunch, but Clark is now facing him.
That one picked up by short mid wicket. That's an attacking fielder along with the 2 slips, and 5 overs saving 1. Still umbrellas up, but 1 or 2 of those coming down now away to our right. 1 just come down, 1 still up.
Ball turned down towards fine leg by Graham Clark for a single. Deficit now 51, but Durham 5 down.
And they've got to hope that rain perhaps comes to their rescue here. Just hang on and hope for the best.
Porter back to his mark. I think that rain has stopped now.
Yeah, good judgment from the umpires.
Yeah. That's gone down the leg side. Is that going to go for 4? It has. So the deficit falls below 50 for the first time. 48 now, 47.
Still look to be on my radar a much heavier shower in about an hour's time. It might take a bit of time off the plate. Some of these smaller showers, half of the radar to pick up.
Porter in again to Robinson. That goes to point, no run there.
So it's been a very good day for Essex, declaring just before the start a lead of 124. Jamie Porter with 2 wickets, 41 for the season, looking to add to that.
Porter bowls, that's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a leg side scramble. It's got a bad habit of doing that. Ollie Robinson, he was out that way in the first innings, but the umpire said he didn't hit that one.
Yeah, it could be a crucial period for Durham to get through this with Porter's post-lunch spell. Can't afford for him to get back into the wickets again. 41 at 22 apiece this season.
Porter in again, that's gone through to the keeper.
Another good over from Porter, keeping it very tight. But Durham not really going anywhere in terms of knocking off this deficit with any speed. Still 47 behind. 77 for 5. Finals day coming up on Saturday, and in the T20 Blast.
I'll be giving that a wide berth.
That's going to be looking certainly perhaps not too bad weather-wise, but certainly some rain around on Sunday. Here's Harmer, a slip and a short leg. And just reaching forward, Clark gets to the pitch of it, and might have been a bit of inside edge onto pad there.
Jamie in Glasgow says there are things like form, injuries and superior opposition that you can't really control, but fight and spirit are always a choice, given the long battle to get back up to the top division.
As this next one, it pops up and over Elgar at slip. I don't think there was bat on that due to the lack of reaction, just off the pad. And there's no run, 77 for 5.
He says, given the time it took them to get back up to the top division and the great unknown of a new format, which might land us with the dull prospect of playing the same far-flung sides week in, week out, you'd think the sense of urgency would be palpable. I just can't see it.
That's just played away past short leg for a single. Out towards Thane at deep mid-wicket. And it will take Clark along to 7. Robinson has 15, 78 for 5.
He says a really disappointing effort so far.
Yeah, Lee's 5, Gay 13, McKinney 11, Beddingham 16, Ackerman 5. That one, reached for that. In the end, it went off a thickish inside edge out towards Walter at mid-wicket, but not quite where Robinson was intending. 78 for 5, 46 behind. If Essex win this game, I think basically a draw at Edgbaston, and that should be just about it in terms of avoiding any concerns. That's played off the back foot out towards deep cover for a single. There's Matt Critchley. So another very good game. Not got into the wickets yet, but he might get another bowl this afternoon, particularly if these two hang around. 79 for 5. He just bowled the one over before lunch.
That cloud's more or less gone now, isn't it? It's,
brighter skies away
yeah.
to the right over the pavilion as Harmer bowls, and that's driven. That's a good looking
helps.
shot actually between the bowler and mid-off, and it goes away for 4 to a long off boundary. That was a nice strike from Clark. Got to the pitch of it and played it away very well. Just to the offside of straight, he goes to 11. Robinson has to strike with 16, 83 for 5, and that's just knocked the deficit back a little bit down to 41.
Well, they weren't making any progress in terms of the deficit, were they? Because it was stuck in the 50s for quite a period, but they've suddenly gone from 53 to 41, so the last couple of overs have been decent ones in terms of run making. There's still an awful long way to go. Durham desperately need these two to put on a big partnership, even if it's not in terms of masses of runs, just hours in the middle, something along the akin to what Elgar and who was it? Elgar and Critchley did the other day. Here's Porter, comes in and bowls, and Robinson finds backward point, no run there.
New Road, Patterson White caught Roderick, bowled Allison 23, 114 for 7. They need 22 with 3 wickets left to move to the coattails of Surrey. If they lose Notts, I suspect that's it in terms of the championship for this year, and it's 4 in a row for Surrey. Not mathematically done, but well, they'd certainly have to beat Surrey next week at the very least, and then hope things go well in the last round of games, but it'd be very unlikely.
Oh, that skids through, and Robinson gets onto it late, but he's got an outside edge, and it ricochets away along the grass for 4 to Vegan third man. And, nearly got him there. Greetings from an overcast and showery Costerdale, Hartlepool. Sorry I couldn't be with you earlier. It's not looking great for Durham at the moment. Steady and sensible batting required to get a draw, or for the good old 12th man, the British weather, to get involved. Should be with you for the duration. Have fun and come on, Durham, says Paul, who's sent his list of cricket and cycling events from this day in history. It was a bit thin on the ground in terms of birthdays yesterday, wasn't it? And we had quite a few. We had quite a few the day before. Porter bowls to Robinson. Robinson up on his toes, plays this short in the leg side to Walter, who doesn't pick it up cleanly. It runs up in the end to mid-on, dot ball. Durham 87 for 5. 53 overs and 55 and a half overs remain today, and Durham in their second innings are still 37 behind, and half the team's back in the pavilion. Fighting spirit and tenacity are needed.
And a bit of rain, maybe.
And a bit of rain, but the sun's about to come blazing back out in a second. In comes Porter again. Robinson plays that up to mid-on, no run there.
Yeah, and should Notts win, they go to 185. Surrey, Warwickshire, to me, looking like a draw. Warwickshire 30 for no wicket. They're going to try and bat out the game, and Surrey will go to 186 if they draw. So there'll be 1 point in it before the clash next week, which I think is at the Oval, between the two.
Yeah, did Notts beat them in Trent Bridge earlier in the year? Was it? Porter comes in and bowls. This is pushed away by Robinson to mid-on, no run there.
No, because they haven't lost a game yet, so that's the easy answer.
Right,
Yeah.
they haven't. Right. From memory, I think they played quite early on, because Durham were at Trent Bridge for the start of the season. I think Notts had 4 of their first 5 games at home, and then Durham played them again pretty quickly. They'd already played them twice by early April and early May. Porter bowls, nearly an edge that time, and Robinson fishing outside the line of off stump there.
That's
End of the over.
One of the things about 8 points for a draw, aside from simply don't lose. They have lost a couple of games the last time they've been to Southampton, but they basically don't lose. So, and if you get 8 points for a draw and you can get a few wins, and you're pretty much in the pound seats. Yeah. But if Notts can win, get over the line at New Road, and assuming that Surrey, Warwickshire, I don't think Surrey have misjudged that. It just looked odd. Very late declaration. Warwickshire 33 for no wicket.
If Worcestershire lose that one, are they down?
No, because there's going to be, they still have two rounds to go, and they can get another 48 points, so that would take them up to 140. So they're besides less than that. It's played away off the back foot out towards deep mid wicket for a couple of runs. There might have been a scenario. Yeah, so they would technically not be down, but they would be in the next round if they don't get a big win at Chester Street. So 89 for 5. Clark on 13. And this is played out into the offside, and just going to take one more. So the scoreboard at least is rotating a little bit here for Durham. So maybe not before time, because it's been hard going for them for much of the day. But they are just rotating the strike a little bit more in this over, and just pushing the score around as that's played just from the crease defensively by Robinson, and there's no run. So Harmer 2 for 32 in his 17th over. And there's a bit of a partnership between these two. That's played again defensively, head right over the ball. Deficit down to just 34. Can they knock the deficit off, these two? At least will be a starting point for Durham here in their attempt to save this game. Wesley had a chat with Harmer. Just a little bit of resistance being shown here.
There's a big bank of cloud just missing us to the southwest there. That looks like it could have a bit of rain in it.
Yeah, Durham will be hoping that that rain that looks like coming in about an hour's time does hit as expected, as this is played defensively. Can head over the ball up into the onside.
Back of the pavilion, that doesn't look good. There's a huge big cloud coming towards us from there.
So as the afternoon goes on, we are expecting more threat of showers. Weather forecast is right about the morning. It was fine as Harmer bowls, and that's driven away on the bounce up towards Matt Critchley at cover, and there's no run. The end of Harmer's over, and Clark 14 and Robinson 20. Done 90 for 5. They're 34 behind, but they've got a lot to do here, Durham, and they might need a bit of help from the weather. We'll keep an eye on the number of overs left in the day. It says 54 at the moment.
That next cloud will be here in about 10 minutes, and it's a big one, and it looks low and grey, so brilliant sunshine on the ground at the moment.
Got an email here saying, can Durham win this?
I don't see how that can happen.
Bernie in Whitley Bay says it's his first championship match. He's watched. He doesn't have much knowledge about this kind of cricket. What would Durham have to do to win?
Start of a new over from Porter bowling to Clark there. Dot ball goes to point. Well, Durham at the minute, Bernie, are 34 runs behind. Yeah. So in order to make Essex bat again, they're going to have a sizable lead. They've lost half their batsmen already, and then they would have to declare at some point and try and bowl Essex out. So it is the final day. I don't think there's enough time for that scenario to happen. Equally, Essex could have bowled them out before tea. Porter comes in and bowls, and Clark defends. That one goes off towards the offside, no run there. In terms of birthdays today, somebody I think a lot of people will know from the world of cycling, Graham O'Bree, who broke world records on the track with a bike built from washing machine parts. He used to power himself with jam sandwiches. He was a big rival of Chris Boardman back in the day, the 90s. Time trialist from Scotland. Jordan comes in again, Porter comes in again, and that's gone down towards backward point. 1 run for Graham Clark. So Clark's got 15, Robinson has 20. The last wicket fell at 67 for 5, so Durham now 91 for 5. So a bit of progress has been made with these two in the middle. They've got to stay out there though for a long time. Graham O'Bree was doing a talking tour a few years ago, visiting different theatres, and I got a message off a friend, would I be able to host a night with Graham O'Bree at the Tyneside Theatre in Newcastle? And I thought, well, that would be absolutely fantastic. I looked at my diary and I was away with Durham somewhere else, so I couldn't do it.
Probably can knock out 2 or 3 days, long away trips at a time.
Yeah. Porter bowls to to Robinson. He's flicked that down to fine leg. They've put a leg slip in here, so they know that he went caught down the leg side first innings. He's, as I say, he's got a propensity to play at those leg side balls and has been caught down the leg side a few times. And it was Bracewell who got him in the first innings. Caught by the keeper.
So the short answer to can Durham win this, Bernie, is no. Not this time.
In comes the bowler again, that's out. That's plumb. That's pitched on a length and smacked into Clark's pads. Absolutely plumb as a row of plum trees in the Vale of Evesham at this time of year. He's gone for 15. I'm going back to my I don't think we'll be here by tea scenario.
Yeah, I think we can say that Clark was got out there, wasn't he? It was a very good piece of bowling. Typical Porter delivery. Still a bit of movement there for him. It looks like the off-cut. We'll see it again in a moment. But yeah, 92 for 6. Just a little bit of a partnership taking shape. But the wicket going down at a bad time for Durham. And it trapped him on the back foot with the ball just jagging in. Yeah, pretty indeterminate. She didn't really play a defensive shot at it, really. He was just beaten by it. Might have kept a touch low, but I mean, it's yeah, we're disappointed with that. So Ben Rain comes out, and as I say, I guess the key issue is whether they can avoid the innings defeat. But still 32 behind. Whether Essex will have to bat again. Essex will be delighted with the way this has gone. The one thing he didn't really want was a long day in the field.
I had, I mean, you know, with the discussion we had before we went on air this morning, I had a feeling of foreboding today, and felt like this scenario would probably play itself out.
Now, so what I would say is that the interview we did with Dean Helgar yesterday has really been backed up by what's happened, because he did say there's a bit more on this pitch than you might think, particularly with the moisture around, bringing divots up. And Essex have exploited it very well. And no surprise that Porter and Harmer have been to the fore. 42 wickets for Porter. Notts down to just 7 runs with 3 wickets left, so they should get there at New Road. It's been a great fight by Worcestershire, that. They've been more competitive, generally speaking, in recent times in the Championship. Certainly were at New Road against Essex, and actually very competitive here at Chelmsford. But they've had some bad defeats as well, but fought all the way in that one.
Ben Rain facing Porter as he comes round the wicket to the left-hander. He steered the first ball down towards vacant third man. And where's it gone? Has it got the legs? It's trickling towards the rope, and it gets there.
So that's damaged Porter's figures a little bit. 3 wickets for him. But with that 4 for last ball, it's 3 for 28 in 13. Sun going in and out. And it's a mix of skyline at the moment. We've got areas of blue sky, we've got heavy shower clouds, and some lighter clouds as well, all mixed in together. And certainly the prospect of more rain later, not to the extent of yesterday afternoon, but if it were to be a sharp downpour, it might keep the players off for a while. So Harmer to Robinson, who's battled well for 21, but a lot of Durham players have got starts. He comes forward and plays that defensively down the pitch. Captain Wesley down in front of us at long on. Very pleased with how this day has gone. And this is just played off the back foot, back down the pitch. The decision to declare based on his thinking that they might be able to bowl Durham out, to force an innings win or have a very notional second innings chase, and at the moment it's looking like one of those two is going to happen. As this is all a flashy shot, and he's caught behind It was a bit of a flashy shot. We were just saying actually how well Robinson had was applying himself, and for that odd moment there, he decided he was going to go onto the back foot and try and square cut Harmer to a ball that chased him a little bit, and all he could do was edge it through to the keeper. So 96 for 6, and of those two options we were talking about for Wesley, the innings defeat for Durham is looking the more likely just at the moment. But it's again very ambitious, backing away. And
it's a bit like Hackerman's dismissal,
yeah,
really, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Ollie Robinson was caught by Michael Pepper.
Yeah, and actually nicely taken by Pepper, because he had to react to the possibility of that coming perhaps off an under edge, and took it well. 96 for 7, and Harmer 3 for 32, 3 wickets for Porter, and these two tremendous bowlers are doing the job again for Essex to surely remove the last realistic fears of relegation. Yes, if they lose the last 2 games, there could still be a problem, but basically what this does is gives them a chance to just go to Edgbaston, not worry too much if it's a flat pitch, take the 15 points or whatever it might be for the draw if they're on offer, and there you go. Job done. And this is a very, very important win for Essex in terms of making sure they stay up. Work that was really started, you could argue, in the championship match at the Oval, but certainly with that brilliant performance at Hove. And that great win they had there.
On this day 2 years ago, Durham were promoted after 7 seasons away from Division 1. Joy and excitement on that occasion, and they look so destined for relegation on when you look at a performance like this. Just awful, this. They could be heading back there with Worcestershire, team they came up with.
And this is just played off the back foot, up into the onside, and goes up to Wesley, and there's no run. One thing's for sure, Martin, you don't want to be in that bottom division of 6 when it comes about. That's not going to be a fate that will befall Durham, because it'll either be the bottom division of 8 if they do get relegated, or they'll still be in Division 1 if there's no relegation. That's played away up towards mid-off. I suspect the way the seedings will work next year, if we do have this new system, you won't be playing Worcestershire, because you'll be in separate divisions, I'm pretty certain of that. 96 for 7, 28 behind. It's played off by Potts, who bowled really well defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. A wicket maiden for Harmer. Potts has seen out those 3 balls at the end of the over. Rain has 4, but they're 28 behind, 96 for 7. But Tom Wesley's decision this morning, which we thought was a marginal one, I could see the argument both sides, but it's absolutely been borne out. 96 for 7. Porter going to continue. Might be a slightly shorter day than we were expecting, Martin. The way things are going, it's only just on 2 o'clock.
Got to go and do an update in a minute as Porter comes in to bowl to Rain, and Rain plays that in the air out into the covers. He's got away with one, just lands short.
Yes, there's definitely an inevitability about things now. It's just a question of whether they can knock these 28 off. Maybe somebody try and put bat to ball. The one thing Durham haven't really, well, when they have tried the aggressive shot, that's tend to be their undoing.
Porter again, bowls to Rain, strikes him on the, hit him on the pad. What we're going to get as a signal yet? Leg bite.
Well done to Notts. They've got themselves in a real tangle in that run chase, but 136 for 7. They beat Worcestershire by 3 wickets. They go to 185 points. Surrey will be on 186 if they draw at the Oval against Warwickshire, as looks to be the most likely outcome there. The 2 sides meet at the Oval next week. Here's Porter again, bowls, and a bit of a slice drive by Potts away down towards long leg. Bracewell, this will test him if he's been limping a bit this morning. They come back for the second run. and it's 99 for 7. So at least Durham closing in at least on 3 figures here, but it's been a gloomy old time for them really ever since they were 189 for 1, because 333 was a pretty moderate score, having been in such a relatively strong position in their own first innings. Porter again, 2 slips waiting up to the wicket, bowls, and pushing forward. Potts just steers that away towards Fernandez, who we think is the only subfielder on at the moment, and there's no addition to the score. $99 for 7. Tremendous day for Essex, starting on 126 points. They got 3 for bowling, 3 for batting. Looked like 4 at one point, but it wasn't to be because they had that little mid-innings collapse. It's played defensively by Potts, and there's no run. This likely imminent win will take them to 148, and well, that's going to be very comfortably mid-table the way things are looking, and it would take something pretty unusual for them to have problems from there. 2 slips waiting as Porter comes in, bowls, and that's just run down by Potts, thinking of a possible single there, but it's not there as Fernandez comes in at backward point. Must be some Surrey members thinking, surely we batted on too long. 41 for no wicket, Warwickshire at the Oval. I think, you know, given the Oval pitches tend to flatten out, it's always probably going to be quite hard to force a result there today. Surrey won't have given up, but got an awful lot of work to do. It looks like Notts are going to close right up on them with that win, which they've just registered at New Road, and with no degree of discomfort as well, but they've got there. Here's Harmer again, bowling to the left-handed Rain with a short leg and a slip, and that's just played defensively up into the onside, and there's no run. So Sussex and Hampshire have started as Harmer bowls, and that's pulled away. That's a good authentic shot from Rain with not too much risk. A short ball from Harmer onto the back foot and put away for 4. So 103 for 7, 21 behind. So Sussex 39 for 1, needing 239 on a tricky pitch. Maybe it's just eased out a little bit, but it's because it's been under cover for 4 sessions. It's played defensively back down on the pitch. So first play at Hove since day 2. 39 for 1, Sussex needing 239 to win. Hampshire have already been deducted 8 points today because of their pitch in the reverse fixture in May, as that's played defensively by Rain up into the offside, and there is no run. Nothing at Taunton at the moment. There's been not much play there really in the last couple of days. It's just a little defensive push up into the onside. Yorkshire got themselves into a bit of a mess in their first innings, 60 for 6. But they're going to be saved by the weather from any real threat there, you would have thought. 103 for 7 here, 21 behind. 3 wickets apiece to Porter and Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively by Rain. Back down the pitch, there's no run. 103 for 7, Rain 8 and Potts 2.
So Durham have basically got a bat for another hour and 6 minutes to make it to tea. There's a big band of rain. Looks like it's approaching us though. Just been listening to our news bulletin there, and there's been questions raised in the House about how long it takes to get a driving test in Sunderland. And don't we know it, because my daughter put in for hers months ago, and she still can't get a date in Sunderland.
I had heard that there were quite long delays for getting driving tests.
Well, she's eventually going to take one in October in Gateshead, I think. Porter comes in, This is defended by Potts on the off stump.
So my radar's picking up a significant shower at 3 o'clock, which I think is broad in line with what you might have been saying.
Well, it can't be that cloud we're looking at, because that's going to have passed us by 3.
There is a shower before then, but only
All
a
right.
brief one. That might be the one that's coming up at the moment.
Brief but heavy. It does look like it's raining just on the north side of Chelmsford. Porter comes in and bowls, and this is turned to square leg by Potts for 1 run. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2, where Durham were put in this morning by Essex after they declared their first innings on 457 for 8. The deficit 124, and Durham found themselves 63 for 4 at lunch and trailing by 61. Since then they've lost Ackerman for 5, Clark for 15, Robinson for 21. Out there at the minute, Ben Rain on 8, Matty Potts on 3, and Durham are 104 for 7, so they're 20 behind. Well, for quite a long period of time today, it's been looking like they'd be on the end of an innings defeat, having been 189 for 1 in their first innings, and in dominant fashion. But then they collapsed. Jamie Porter with a new ball got a few wickets, and they eventually only made 333. I said at the time I felt they'd left at least 100 runs out in the middle, and so it would appear to be. And they're mired in the thick of a relegation scrap here, and if they are done by Essex today, it will certainly send Essex in the right direction up the table and leave Durham in a real mess in the bottom 2. Porter around the wicket to Rain. Rain defends this one using his feet to meet the pitch of the ball, dot ball.
Yes, and for our Sports Extra listeners, we have to say that good decision by Tom Wesley. First thing declared about 15 minutes before the start of play. There was indication that Essex might bat on.
I think it would have been madness to bat on. I could not understand the thought of batting on when you could give yourself a day to try and win a game.
Yeah, I think the thinking was the deficit was only 124, and if Durham knocked that off, and then everyone counts double, but it's turned out to be just about right.
Porter comes in and bowls to Rain. Rain plays this to short mid-wicket. And this is a Essex team without Snater, who injured himself bowling in the first innings, and Doug Bracewell had a brief spell this morning, and then he hurt himself and went off for a while.
Yes, they might be in a bit of a pickle come their next game in terms of fielding a bowling attack, Essex, but they've probably got enough resources for this one.
Is Bracewell out there or not?
But he was last I looked. I'm keeping periodic checks on him. Look, he's wearing 34.
Porter comes in. Rain leaves a bouncer. Where's number 34 then?
So we'll see if we can find him. But he's not bowled, but he was out on the field.
Who's at mid-off?
Yeah. I'd be surprised if he'd gone off having come out at the start of the session.
Is he at mid-off?
I think he may well be Wesley there. He might.
Right, I'm going mid-on then.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. But he's not going to be required to bowl the way things are going. But the key thing is his fitness for the next game, I think, from Essex point of view.
Porter comes in again. Goochend is played away by Rain off the legs, out to square leg.
That bonus wicket for Thane was very useful, wasn't it? That pick-up, I think it was Bellingham, wasn't it? The pick-up shot that went straight to long leg.
I don't know what Bellingham was thinking of. He'd already hit him for a 6. And then penultimate ball of the over, tried to flick one down to long leg for another 6, and got caught straight into the hands of the fielder who was there. Doug Bracewell didn't have to move.
So we have just joined us, Nottinghamshire, after a real struggle, getting over the line at New Road by 3 wickets, and up to 185 in the tables. That's just played defensively into the onside by Rain, who's on 9. Harmer his 20th over, 3 for 36. It's pushed defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. The main story of the day in the Championship, Hampshire's deduction for the substandard pitch in the reverse fixture, Hampshire-Sussex, the one at Southampton at the end of May, 8 points deducted. That's the ball that does turn, and good judgment from Rain to leave it alone outside the off stump.
It's Thursday today, isn't it?
Yes, of course, unusual starts on a Monday, so you sort of lose track of what day it is. Yes.
Might get back to the music, the live music at the Harbour View tonight then.
That's a prod forward and a push up into the offside. So the weather situation has improved a little bit. We've got some blue sky, but some heavier clouds starting to build up again over the pavilion. And so there is a prospect of rain around about 3 o'clock. It might be before then, you never know. It's Harbour around the wicket, and Rain just comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. 2 early wickets for Jamie Porter after that declaration. 2 very similar ones actually. The 2 left-handed openers, Lees and Gay, both getting deliveries cutting back into them at LBW for 5 and 13 respectively. So Harbour bowls and it's played defensively back down the pitch. But the real problem I think for Durham was what happened after that, because McKinney and Beddingham had got themselves established and then both got out arguably to batter errors. McKinney leaving one alone from Harbour that took his off stump for 11. Beddingham a pick-up shot off Noah Thane that went straight into the hands of Bracewell at long leg for 16. And then a couple of 2 more really full shots, one from Ackerman, one from Robinson, and Clark out LBW to Porter. So 105 for 7 and 19 is the deficit. It's really a question of can Durham make Essex bat again.
Doug Rains emailed, he's very unhappy. This performance is abject. Relegation is looking very possible. We are not able to bat with any consistency and we're only playing 4 bowlers. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm fed up, he says. The overseas players this year have not delivered. The bowling attack currently is non-effective. A season which promised so much is ending with no fight. Thrashed out of sight in the One Day Cup and walloped in the T20 quarter-final. A very unhappy, long-standing member, he says.
Summed it up there.
What over is this going to be for Porter?
Bracewell.
It's Bracewell, isn't it? Yeah. I was looking at the
Still
scoreboard.
hobbling. He's still hobbling when he delivered that.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot away through the covers for 4 runs.
So he is on the field because he's bowling.
Yeah,
I was looking at the scoreboard. I was thinking it can't be Porter still because he's been bowling forever. But I got a surprise to see Bracewell's name there.
He did. There was a bit of a reaction when he bowled the ball, though. It wasn't his best ball. It was over pitch and hit away for 4. Nice shot from Potts. But let's keep an eye on Bracewell, particularly in the context of that game coming up next week.
Elizabeth Cruikshank has emailed. Durham now are 15 behind at 109 for 7. This is defended by Potts. She says, good afternoon, Marty. You mentioned 2 years ago Durham won the Division 2 Championship. There's rain coming through the window again. This looks like quite a big, heavy cloud. This may help Durham.
Yeah. Again, I think if we do get an interruption, it'll be brief for this one, but we'll see.
It's too early for an early tea.
Yeah. We stayed out last time. We had a shower and were correct to do so.
She said, you mentioned 2 years ago Durham won the Division 2 Championship. Last year David Beddingham had his record-breaking knock against Lancashire. A totally different team this season. Seems to be no motivation or energy in the field. As this one's bowled by Bracewell to Potts, who defends on the off stump. There is a plus side, she says. I've really enjoyed watching and following Durham women, how they have developed and gelled as a team. Thank you and your colleagues for your continued professional commentary and statistics.
More and more it looks like Leicestershire are going to cross the Rubicon today, because they need to draw against Gloucestershire and hope that the game at Lords is a draw, and it ticks in both boxes at the moment. Leicester 34 for 1, needing a further 282 against Gloucestershire, which they're not really interested in.
This is defended by Potts off Bracewell. Mervyn says, I said at tea time yesterday what would happen. This is a shambles. So it's been very quiet on the old email front this morning, and suddenly they're all coming in.
Derbyshire 153 for 4, lead Middlesex by 138, but they've steadied the ship, Derbyshire, there. You feel that Middlesex have got to make some interventions fairly quickly to have a chance of maybe forcing a result there. So at the moment, looking good for Leicestershire.
Bracewell to Potts. Potts plays that off his legs in a way down towards backward square leg for 1 run. Takes him on to 8. Durham 110 for 7. So 14 runs away from making Essex bat again.
Just get a feeling Leicestershire have lost a little bit of momentum after that fantastic spell they had in the middle of the season, but hopefully from their point of view they'll get it back at the start of next year. They've had Ben Green recalled to Somerset, haven't they? He was quite an integral part in what they were doing.
Rain is on strike on 9. There's rain in the air as well. Bracewell starts his run up. Comes in and bowls. Rain stands firm, pushes that away on the offside. That is the end of the over. 5 from it, so Durham are 14 behind at 110 for 7 here on the BBC.
And yeah, it's good to see most games in play today, even the one at Hove, which has been reluctant to get going again, but has done now. I'll keep an eye on that. I note that Lancashire have been set 303 to win at Canterbury after Kent bowled out for 293. 3 very similar scores in that game. Kent made 293 twice. That is quite unusual, isn't it? 293 twice, and Lancashire made 284. So that might be described as a 280, 290 pitch. And Lancashire have just got to go for it. I mean, it's a real long shot for them now because Glamorgan are very secure for at least an 8-point draw against Northants. They've just got to go for it and see what happens, I suspect. Harmer bowls, and that's just played off the back foot up towards deep mid wicket. Glamorgan being the side fairly secure in second place at the moment. There are still others that can catch them, but they're not going to hamper their prospects with a good return from their current game against
Leicester
Northants.
and Cardiff in Division 1, eh?
Yeah, 111 for 7 with that run. Rain has 9, Potts 9. Rain is on strike to Harmer, and he just comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. I have to say that the Durham batters are showing resilience until they play the over-ambitious shot, which has been the downfall of 3 or 4 maybe. We've got a short leg and a slip in and a short extra as Rain comes forward. And the skyline is just changing all the time here. We've got a massive bank of blue sky over the Graham Gooch end, but still some more threatening cloud just away to the right over the pavilion. This next one is a pick-up shot and pretty well placed, slightly short ball, and Rain has cashed in on it, and he's hit it away for 4 out towards square leg. So the odds on Essex are batting again now, very much the case. Played a couple of nice shots here, Rain off Harmer. He's gone to 13, playing very sensibly. Just 9 behind, 115 for 7. We've just got to dig in and hope that the rain really does come with a vengeance and saves the day for Durham here. They've just got to make sure they don't play any false shots. It's still perfectly possible to bat on this. As Harmer bowls. And Rain, again, nice defensive shot, getting into line. Playing defensively. There's 46 overs a minimum left after this, and we don't think we're going to see all of them. Can't add time on the last day because Rain is threatened, but they've only got 3 wickets left. Here's a Harmer, a flatter one, nicely bowled, and Rain gets into line and plays it up into the covers, but Ben Rain is doing okay here. 13, Potts, who's had a good match, 115 for 7, 9 runs behind.
There's some newspaper cuttings on the wall in the written press room next to us about Alistair Cook's career, and then the back of this back wall behind you.
Yeah. And
we were looking at them the other day, and a reminder of how you used to be able to get a car service for 120 quid because there's adverts on the front. It's amazing it's amazing how things seemed a lot cheaper back in the day.
It's even odder listening to radio broadcasts with commercials on from 50 years ago. £500 deposit for a house. How about that?
Here's Bracewell bowling to Potts. Potts plays this first ball short on the leg side. There's 2 people in there. Got 2 short mid wickets in there. No run there. The reason I mention that is because on this day in 2018, according to Paul's list, English cricketer Alistair Cook retired from Test match cricket. Last match was against India at the Oval.
Yes. Well,
And the same day, Jimmy Anderson became the leading fast bowler. Bracewell coming over the wicket now to bowl to Potts. Well, that is defended.
I can't remember who it was, but they put something out on the web. Who was the best England player, or certainly a batter, I think it was, of each of a decade, since the 80s. And I think it went for Root in the 2010s, but I still think in the 2010s that Cook shades it, particularly because of the 2010-11 Ashes. If you look at the period from 2010 to 2025, it would undoubtedly be Root. But I think that 2010-11 Ashes shades it for Cook.
Potts plays this to Elgar, short mid-wicket, no run.
And that's what England have got to do in the winter, isn't it? That was a template. You make 500 for one at Brisbane, get Ponting annoyed, and then you start winning tests.
I wonder who'll get the blame when they lose this Ashes series. Can't blame the County Championship again.
Well, Bethel's going to get one red ball game before it. I think it's going to be an inter-team match between the England and England A about a week before the Test match starts.
Bracewell to Potts. Each delivery is being played by Potts straight to Elgar in this sort of V shape. It's another dot ball.
All credit to Bethel, obviously, for his innings, particularly the one at Southampton. Was flailing around a little bit last night, but everyone was in the same boat, I guess. Probably quite an appropriate phrase given the weather in Cardiff, but yeah, interesting to see if he is in the starting 11, whether they suddenly make the decision to put him at 3, probably at the expense of Ollie Pope. I guess so much depends on whether Ben Stokes makes that first test.
This the 2 balls left of this over. Bracewell to Potts. Good defensive work this from Potts, using his feet well. Nice textbook front foot defensive cricket.
Gary from Broomfield tells us it is raining there, and it's only a couple of miles north of the county ground. So just telling us that there are showers around.
Yeah.
And it's about whether we're going to get one. And from Durham's point of view, whether it's going to be a large one. And it carries on for a while. 3 o'clock. This is borne out now by the radar quite clearly. 3 o'clock is the main rain threat this afternoon.
Next ball is bowled. That is a maiden over. So Potts keeps that one out. Plays it up to mid-off. No run.
Warwickshire have lost a wicket. 59 for 1. Through 31 needed. That's a notional target. 59 for 1. Sorry, need to take 9 wickets to extend their likely lead, which would be 1 point if they draw, to restore the sort of advantage that they had on Notts when this round of championship games began. But got their work cut out to take 9 more wickets there. But they've got 115 for 7 here, deficit of 9, and lots of blue sky over the ground at the moment. The skyline changing all the time. It is raining at Lords. That's probably just a sharp shower at the moment, or it might be actually the rain that we've got coming up this way in about half an hour's time. It's also possible. But bright blue skies and sunshine at the moment. Sun streaming into our box as Harmer comes into bowl, and Rainey's played him pretty well, comes right forward and plays up to water at short extra cover. Well, he has acquitted himself pretty well here as Rain. He comes forward to drive that one, sends it up towards straight mid-wicket, and there's no run. 44 overs minimum left. T is at 310. First objective for these two, I guess, is to get to T without losing any more wickets. And every run, of course, counting double in 10 runs' time, as that's played up towards Westley at mid-off. And there's no run. Just an indication of what might have been. We've lost 7 wickets. Martin, you take away a couple of those batter errors, and you know, Durham would still have a decent chance of batting this out with a bit of rain around. As that's played back down the pitch, and Harmer feels in his follow through. It would be ironic if they've got to wait till the 8th wicket to find a real partnership of substance in terms of occupying time. But these two are applying themselves pretty well. As Harmer goes round the wicket in the sunshine and bowls to Rain, who comes right forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. We have seen good resistance from a lot of the Durham batters, which has been undone when they've attempted a rash shot, particularly at Harmer, and that's brought about their downfall. Short leg and a slip, and Rain comes forward and plays defensively. The end of another tight maiden over from Harmer, 3 for 41 in 22, and it's 115 for 7. The deficit remains 9.
Got bright sunshine again now. Got my sunglasses on. What time is it? 2:25.
Interestingly, raining at Lord's, raining at the Oval as well, and I think that's the rain that's coming our way.
Well, it cannot be because the rain's coming from the northwest.
Yeah, but there is rain definitely coming up from the southwest as well, coming west to east. So it might be that
Well, they're south of us, though.
Yeah.
Anything that hits them is going to miss us.
Yeah.
That's coming from the north, isn't it? The northwest. Yeah. There's this huge bank of crowd heading our way now. Very big. As to get to
Critchley, not surprisingly, Critchley coming back.
Just looking at the clock here, so if they get to within half an hour of tea and it rains, they can take an early tea. So that bank of rain there is going to be heading here and be here in about 10 minutes. Critchley to Potts.
Early signs at Hove are that Sussex look like they're going to try and bat out for the draw there. 47 for 1 in 20 overs. Still a bit too early to say for sure.
Critchley again. Potts cuts. That's out towards the pavilion side of the ground. And Noah Thane fields it.
I suppose what they might try and do is occupy the crease for a while and then give it a real dart. Sussex and Hampshire within a couple of points of each other in the table, but of course Hampshire have had 8 points deducted, so the value of avoiding defeat is all the greater for Sussex.
Potts ran 2 there, so 117 for 7, so Durham is 7 behind now. So it's looking like Essex will be batting again. Critchley comes in, Potts forward to this, plays it to backward point.
So Sussex at 47 for 1, with play having resumed about half an hour ago. Need 231 with 9 wickets left.
Critchley bowls once more, hits the pad, it's drifting down the leg side.
But, not an easy pitch, that one at Hove.
This is cut by Potts off the back foot, stopped by Walter in the covers. Critchley bowls, it's quicker delivery. It's played up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I think indications, Martin, that Durham are going to be disappointed with this score, given the way the pitch is playing overall. There's not an awful lot there for the bowlers. There is a little bit with the residual dampness, but it doesn't quite feel like 117 for 7, does it? And that's not really reflected in the first 2 innings of the match.
It's all about what's between the ears a lot of the time.
Yeah.
That's what they say, isn't it? The biggest distance in sport is between the ears.
117 for 7. When the sun is out, it's shining brightly into our box, and when it goes behind cloud, it suddenly looks a little bit more gloomy. But Rain continuing his very resilient battle against Simon Harmer with a short leg and a slip. Squeezes that one away to Fernandez, backward point, running round towards short third, and collects a single. The deficit is down to 6. Notts beating Worcestershire by 3 wickets. If you just joined us, a real tense struggle at New Road. They got over the line. At one point, Worcestershire looked right in the game, but a couple of good late order partnerships seeing Notts through to a very tense win. That's a run away off the back foot down to backward point, and there's no run. Given it's raining at the Oval at the moment and Surrey still need 9 wickets, the likelihood is the gap between the two will be a point going into that match next week between the two at the Oval. It's driven away up towards mid-off. Another quick single run to Potts. It's resilience down this. Deficit 5, 119 for 7.
That big cloud's nearly upon us now.
But the sun is still shining as Harmer bowls.
For now.
Just coming down the pitch. Rain just plays up towards Walter, and there's no run. And these two, sensing there is a bit of weather around, to quote the cliche, doing the right thing. And so far they've resisted the over-ambitious shot, which has been a downfall to 3 or 4 colleagues. A silly point in, as that one is a fitting delivery from Harmer. My word, Rain did well to avoid that one.
Was that a wrong one?
Yeah, let's have a look, see if we get it on the replay. But he's a bit of variation from Harmer there as he bowled to the left-hander, and it's almost taken out his off stump, and that's played defensively this time, and Walter picks up at short extra, and there's no run. 119 for 7. The two spinners operating in tandem. 42 overs left in the day. 119 for 7. 5 behind. Raining again at Hove.
It's going to be raining here in a minute. It's going to absolutely hose it down by the looks of things.
Yeah,
if that misses us, we're very lucky.
Yeah, big black bank of cloud away over the executive boxes, away to our right.
Coming in from Stansted Airport way. Here's Critchley. Gooch end. Bowling to Potts. Potts forward to this one. Plays it back to Critchley. Deficit is currently 5. 119 for 7.
So again, Harlow is west of here, but basically Brian reports that they've had torrential rain and a thunderstorm in Harlow.
Critchley in again. Potts drives at that one. It's gone to Walter in the covers. Well, that could be that. Do you reckon?
Yeah. And so the
whole sky's filling over there.
The 2 London matches have been off for rain as well, so there is something coming from the west.
Next ball played by Potts past point out through the covers for 1 run. Deficit is 3. 41.3 overs remaining. Durham 120. No, deficit's 4.
Yeah, I mean,
120 for 7.
Just got to try and survive for as long as possible. These two are doing very well. It's been a valiant effort. Just got to hang in there and hope there's a bit of help from the weather.
Last wicket was at 96, so they've put on 24 so far.
And it's the time I've batted as well.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at when that last wicket fell as well.
Critchley bowls. Rain pulls that out to mid-wicket, no run.
It fell on the 44th over, so we're now in the 55th.
In comes the bowler. Rain drives up to long on for 1.
But batted very securely, Rain, hasn't he? Just played within himself.
He's got 15 now. Durham 121 for 7.
So quite a lot of rain suddenly around the country. In fact, to be honest, they're only playing at Northampton and Canterbury, apart from here at the moment.
Potts drives Critchley up to mid-off, no run there. Is that the end of the over? It is. So 121 for 7. 41 overs remain. 3 runs is the deficit.
Yeah, and again, Durham's middle order will be sort of maybe having a little look at themselves about some of the shots that have been played, but these two are doing the job at the moment, which is to survive, get some sort of lead, and therefore time starts to become a factor if they can extend that.
The weather elsewhere, Nick, means that Sports Extra 2 and now Sports Extra are with us. So welcome to listeners from Sports Extra, where we are watching Durham trying to survive here.
Harmer bowls. It's played defensively from the crease by Rain. He's batted very well against Harmer. 15, 121 for 7. Yeah, as mentioned, there's not much cricket going on elsewhere, so...
I think Kevin might be getting his ukulele out in a minute if this rain hits us.
A slip and a silly mid-off as that's played up into the onside. Quick single shot, the stumps comes in, but Potts is home okay. So 122 for 7, just 2 behind. Durham have not batted particularly well, to be honest, in their second innings. I mean, Porter took a couple of early wickets after Wesley declared before the start, 124 ahead. But the middle order, by and large, got out through batting error, and it's been left to this lower order partnership to try and keep things going from the visitors' point of view, as that's played off the back foot and steered away down towards backward point. And there's no run. Not too much blame on the openers, the 2 left-handed openers who were got out by deliveries from Porter that just shaped into them and struck them on the pads. Lee's 5 and Gay 13. It's Harmer bowls again, and again well played by Potts, just back down the pitch, and there's no run. And McKinney and Beddingham looked secure until both rather gave wickets away. It was a mistake by McKinney padding up to Harmer, and his off stump was knocked back. That one's played away into the onside, and there's no run. And Beddingham looked pretty good until he hit a 6 off Fane, and then he tried to hit another one to a ball which was, he played a pick-up shot, and it went straight unerringly into the hands of Bracewell on the long leg boundary, and that was a real giveaway wicket as Potts just comes forward and plays defensively up to towards mid wicket, and there's no run. Ackerman was also out to a forcing shot for 5. Robinson, I think ditto, really caught behind off Harmer for 21. Clark was LBW to Porter for 15. I would say probably at least 4 of the batters there. There's probably a little bit of error in the dismissals. 4 of the key middle order players, and that's what's hurt Durham here. 122 for 7. They're 2 behind.
Middle orders failed in both innings.
Yes, when you think we're 189 for 1.
I'm just looking at that sky. We do have bright sunshine here, but that's going to disappear shortly, and it's going to be replaced by steely grey, rainy clouds.
So important for Durham to hang on as long as they can here.
Critchley's going to bowl round the wicket from the gooch end to Rain. Rain leaves that one, and it's clipped his pad on the way through, and the keeper's appealing for LBW. Was quite convinced, he was jumping up and down with excitement there, but James Middlebrook, the umpire, says no. Something landed on the track now which needs removing. It's a leaf, and just as Ben Rain got there to bend down and pick it up, it blew away from him again.
Bearing in mind that 8-point deduction for Hampshire.
Critchley again. Rain plays this to Walter, short mid-wicket, no run.
And with Durham having Worcestershire at home and Mark Wood certainly impossible to be in the side, there's still hope for them, and Hampshire have a difficult run in.
Ball now played to the slip area along the floor, no run.
He wouldn't necessarily pick Somerset at Taunton and then Surrey at home in the last game, albeit Hampshire have won the last 2 of those clashes.
Critchley to Rain. Rain drives up the field to long on, 1 run, so the deficit is now just a single. See the gull flying around just behind the car park there, and when it turns towards the sun and it becomes bright white against that really grey background. As Bradders, our colleague from Radio Hereford and Worcester, would say, that sky's as filthy as a welder's flannel. In comes the bowler, right arm over. Potts plays that to 2 point, and Durham are now level. They are 7 down though in the process, but they have made 124. Fielder there is Simon Harmer, and as he went down to pick that ball up on the square, he slipped rather awkwardly, but his spike's in a used spot on the track. Critchley round the wicket to Rain. Rain plays this away past Walter, and Durham take the lead. Where's that horn trumpety thing from the T20s. That is the end of the over, so it's taken them 57 overs and 7 wickets, but they've eventually got in front, and these two have now put on 29.
History repeating itself actually, with Hampshire and Surrey meeting in the last round of games at Southampton, because that happened 2 years ago where Surrey won the title but Hampshire won the game, and last year Hampshire had an extraordinary innings win against Surrey at Southampton, but could be a different story with Surrey perhaps still needing to win to go for the title. So there's still every reason for Durham here to try and salvage these 8 points. It would make a big difference on their return in this game. As Harmer goes around the wicket and bowls, and it's driven by rain up towards water at short extra. With rain around and draws looking likely elsewhere, so those 8 points that other sides will get are going to hurt Durham if they lose this one, as this is just squeezed away into the offside by rain, and there's no run. Hasn't been played for quite a while at Taunton, where Yorkshire were stumbling at 60 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 441 for 6. And that's going to be a draw there, as that's cut away. Nice looking strokes. Fernandez chasing it back to the boundary, at least 2. Fernandez on as a sub-fielder for Shane Snater, who was injured in the first innings. 2 runs for Rain. He really has played well. 20 to him. 127 for 7, the lead 3.
That can't be the northwest that I'm looking at.
No.
And I've got my geography wrong here, because that is.
But where's the sun? The
sun's right above us, isn't it?
There's Rain just prods forward and plays it up into the offside, and there's
the northwest around the corner, isn't it? Yeah. So now I see what you're saying when you were saying it was raining at Lords. There's a huge swathe of rain which basically spreads from the centre of London right the way up to us.
That's what I was thinking of.
So
yeah,
that's what that is.
Yeah.
Right, well, we'll go home after this then.
Here's Harmer bowling. It's a defensive shot played back down the pitch, and there's no run.
It's got yellows and greens in it as well.
Allison in at silly point. We've got a slip, short extra, mid off, cover, backward point, backward square leg, mid wicket and mid on, and Rain just covers up, plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Can't speak highly enough of how well Ben Rain has played here. He's got 20. Yeah. Potts with him on 14. 127 for 7, 3 ahead.
That big bank of rain, according to the radar, is going to take about an hour to pass us, and the centre of it is bright yellow on the radar, so that's a lot of rain in there. And then just as it passes, the next band of rain follows it in. So it's probably going to be, if it falls the way I think it will, that's going to take you up towards about 5 o'clock.
Well, I mean, I say the basic maths we're doing suggests that if Durham lose, they're going to be 14 points adrift of the nearest team, which would be Hampshire, assuming there are draws elsewhere. So it's so important that they can.
Well, if these two hang on here till that rain comes, they might not get back on.
They've got a chance. So this partnership, very, very key.
Critchley bowling to Potts. Potts goes low down to play this one defensively, no run. That big dark sky might have salvation in it. I'm sure I've just seen some lightning there as well.
Well, we did get a report of lightning in Harlow, which is to the west.
Played down into the ground by Potts. It goes to Elgar at first slip.
You always were going to get a real rain-affected round of games. It's taken a while to come this season.
Yeah. Potts plays the next ball out into the covers. The wind is getting up. Look at the wind suddenly getting up along the trees now. Just like that.
We have had, of course, rounds of games with lots of draws, but that tended to be to do with the Kookaburra and heat waves. This is more to do with what you normally expect it to be, which is the rain.
Critchley in again. Driven by Potts. Bounces just in front of Walter. He takes it on the second attempt.
Well, looking at the skyline, even though the sun is still peeking through, I think Essex would probably now think they could do with a wicket.
Potts edges that one round Elgar, and it's coming down towards third man. There's a chase on here. It's not going to reach the boundary. It's cut off by Fernandez, a substitute fielder. They run 2. So the lead climbs up to 5. tea is at 3:10. Next ball from Critchley's a quicker delivery. Potts plays it towards deep point for 1.
Yeah, you feel. A quick check on my radar. I think it's very much in line with what yours is saying. In that we'll have rain from 3 o'clock, which might die down again and then return. So we might have sort of a couple of sways of rain, which will make it difficult for us to get back on any time quickly. Might be 2 little areas of rain, but it will be pretty heavy when it starts. And that's borne out by the sky at the moment. Very, very dark clouds over. Bank of dark cloud over the pavilion side of the ground away to our right. Essex declaring overnight with a lead of 124. We thought they might bat on because the indication in our interview last night with Dean Elgar was sort of thinking was along those lines. But Tom Westley, surely with the weather the way it is, borne out in his decision. And interesting that he's going to have a bit of a bowl himself. No, he bowled rather tidily in the 50 over competition. I wasn't necessarily expecting him to be bowling today, but of course needs must with a rather limited attack, with Bracewell restricted and Snater out. So he bowls and giving Harmer a rest, and that's driven away up towards cover for a single by Potts. This has been a good resilient partnership. The lead is 7. There may even come a point where the 10 minutes between the innings and a couple of overs that will be lost become significant. There's 36 overs left after this. We will not get them all. We may not get half of them. Suddenly this has become a slightly tenser situation than when Durham were threatening to rather fall apart in the early afternoon, and this is just played away by rain just back of the square on the onside. But we've talked about Hampshire's running, which isn't great. They've lost 8 points. And Durham do have Worcestershire at home. They've got to back themselves in that game, surely, as even if they're not playing particularly well at the moment, as that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Weather permitting, of course. 131 for 7. Could be some more interruptions in the next round of games. Westley again from the Alistair Cook end, bowls on the left-handed run. He's batted really well, takes another single here out towards mid-on. 132 for 7, the lead is 8. And Durham, I say, lost the 2 early wickets to Porter and then a little bit of self-destruction. And they were 67 for 5 at one point and then 96 for 7. As Westley floats that up and it's driven away up towards long on by Harmer. Essex have Warwickshire at Edgbaston and then Somerset here in the last round of games. Westley just bowls, and that's again just played by Rain for a single, just pushing it into a gap, looking to keep this scoreboard ticking over. Every run counts. 10 is the lead. 134 for 7. We mentioned Durham have Worcestershire at Chester Street and then Yorkshire at Headingley. Yorkshire have very much been second best at Taunton, and I suspect over a full 4 days would have been struggling to avoid defeat in that game, but as it is, that is surely going to be a draw. And it's looking as though the other games are going to be draws now, barring really unexpected events in Division 1, because there's been some rain at the Oval which has delayed things. Warwickshire 60 for 1, notional 330 still needed. So that's looking like a draw. And Sussex, Hampshire, they did start today, a few runs added by Sussex, but 48 for 1, still needing 230, and that match is also delayed.
I've just posted a picture of that sky on Blue Sky, and the timings of what the radar and whatnot says, so have a look on there. Marty Cricket is a little paddle round the corner from Rain to Fernandez at fine leg. So once this rain starts, it's not going to pass here until after 5 o'clock. Durham, because they lead, Essex need to take the last 3 wickets and then pull off a run chase.
Looking more and more likely that Leicestershire are going to get over the line today in a slightly anticlimactic fashion because of rain, really, but their game looking like a draw against Gloucestershire, as is Middlesex Derbyshire because of rain at Lords.
Here's Rain waiting for the rain. As he plays this one from Critchley, around about off stump.
And when you add all the points together, it will mean that Leicestershire are out of reach of the two protagonists at Lord's. Only Glamorgan can catch them, and that means they're up. And it won't be in a dramatic fashion today, but we must just remember how superb they've been. Just stumbled a bit in getting over the line in one or two recent games, but
back on at Hove apparently.
Superb. Yep. So it's going to be, well, Sussex now got to go at an even quicker rate, one would have thought. So
Rain down the track here, flicks this one out through mid wicket, and he's only gone for one. Ball's fielded in the end from deep mid wicket by Noah Thane. I was thinking there might have been a second one on the go there, but Rain eased up once he got to the other end. Potts was looking for a second. 135 for 7, the lead is 11. Potts on 19, Rain on 23. And this partnership is now 39 from 103 balls. That's an aggressive cut off the back foot from Potts, and that flies away through the covers and off to the fence for 4. That's a really nice shot. But again,
it's been a good partnership.
Yeah.
This. I think
as you pointed out, when Durham's batsmen have tried to play shots today, they got themselves out.
Yeah. Well, these two have at least given themselves a chance to really get in, haven't they? And I mean, they've got to be heartened by the skyline. If you're trying to save a game and you've got a skyline like this, you must be thinking, let's just hang on and hang on and hang on and not make mistakes. And they've done really well. I think Rain particularly has been superb.
It's got very dark here now. So Potts plays this up to mid-off for a single. I think when this rain comes, it will absolutely hoy it down.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if we had the odd flash of lightning and a bit of thunder.
I'm sure I saw a bit of lightning a couple of minutes ago.
So I'm going to stay in this box, and the floodlights are coming on.
Just as I pointed, the floodlights came on. It was like, as if I did it by magic. The lightning I saw was in the distance behind the floodlight in the far corner of the ground.
I just think, they're back on in the game at Hove. 48 for 1. Sussex need 230. 37 overs left. It won't be more than that because Hampshire are going to bowl a lot of Abbott and Barker. I think Sussex will just take the draw because they're going to be points ahead of Hampshire, and Hampshire got this difficult run in. Here's Wesley bowling, and that's just played on the bounce to Allison at short leg, and there's no run.
I remember the game here in 2021, at the end of day one, when this huge black cloud came and sat right over us, and the Durham players wanted to go off, and the umpires kept them on, and they lost about 3 or 4 wickets.
Wesley bowls, and that's played again on the bounce, and Allison doesn't pick it up cleanly at short leg, and it rolls to Walter at mid wicket. But 140 for 7. A disappointing game this for Durham because they should have got far more than 333.
It's honestly gone like dusk now.
As this one driven back down the pitch, and Wesley stops in his follow through. But if they can get out of it with a draw, as I say, still hope for Durham, given their next fixture is one that they'll feel they've got a good chance in. If they can turn their form around, that's played away just wide of mid-off for a single, but as you've been saying, Martin, 1 or 2 batters in particular have got to up their current form to consolidate that chance next week. And I say that there's 1 or 2 other sides, notably Hampshire, could get drawn in as that's just pushed away down towards backward square leg, and there's no run for Rain. 141 for 7, a tea in 17 minutes, but we could have an interruption for Rain before that. Fun enough, our radar saying 3 o'clock is looking pretty accurate at the moment, isn't it? As
it's
Wesley,
almost as if they've got a camera in the sky.
Wesley bowls, and that's played off the back foot and shaped away and goes past backward point. There's a possible 2 here. This is a terrific partnership. It really is
50.
because, I mean, these two have batted perhaps with real common sense and have given Durham a bit of hope of saving this game. And Potts and Rain appropriately have got equal scores, 25 apiece. They've done really well. 143 for 7.
So what's the
19?
The partnership's 47.
Yeah, so just coming up to the 50 stand. 19 the lead. There will come a point when that becomes significant in terms of time. 34 overs left. Obviously 2 will be taken off, plus the rest of the over in which the wicket falls. it's going to be Noah Thane, who got a bonus wicket earlier on. Bowled tidily enough, 1 for 13 in 5 overs. Got a real bonus wicket. And Bellingham helped one to, well, very much into the hands of Longleg. Bit of a false shot. It's going to come in now from the Graham Gooch end.
Thane, right arm over. Potts plays the ball to one of the 2 fielders in at short mid-wicket. Paul Walter, I think it is, no run.
So we're just waiting for the rain here, which we understand obviously has been...
Whoa! Did you see that lightning there?
I'm glad I didn't.
Wow.
I'll stay inside.
That was horrendous.
We might even close that window.
Massive piece of fork lightning came down there. Something's been... The umpires are taking them off.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to want to hang around if
you don't want to be out there with that going on.
So just coming up to
that'll be tea.
3 o'clock, yeah, and that is going to be a delay caused not by the rain, although it is just starting to spit with rain, but by a lightning strike. And one or two of the spectators in front of us are quickly putting on coats and looking to see if they can seek shelter. Well, it could be that this very resilient 8th wicket partnership by Durham is going to be significant, because if we do get a significant downpour, which looks very likely, you wonder what time there will be left, and it could get to be maybe a short period of play later on. But the resilience and determination of Rain and Potts could be what saves the day for Durham and gets them a critical extra 8 points and still leaves Essex with work to do. Not over yet, but in the last hour Durham have gone from looking almost certain to lose the game, and with the changing weather, to being in a position where they might just save it. 143 for 7. We'll take a break, and as soon as we have any further play, we'll be straight back with you. But 143 for 7 gives Durham a lead of 19, which is spitting with rain at the moment. And one presumes it'll be tea now, and then
they're asking spectators to go and take shelter with lightning in the area as well.
And that's not surprising.
And the rain is coming now, and the forecast suggests it's going to bucket down for the next 2 hours.
And that will be just about what Durham want, Martin, I think.
It was all part of a cunning plan.
We'll wait and see, but it could be, it just might be, but not to the only winners in Division 1 today, but we will see. Durham 143 for 7. They lead by 19, and all credit to this 8th wicket stand between Rain and Potts. And as soon as we have any more news, we'll be straight back with you here at Chelmsford. There is some darker cloud over the pavilion, but at the moment it's absolutely delightful over the ground. The news is, if you haven't picked up on it, that we're going to get a resumption in about 8 minutes' time. A little bit earlier than I think we thought possible, after an intense downpour which followed thunder and lightning, and that was what initially forced the players off just before 3 o'clock, but it was the intensity of the rain that has caused the long delay in the resumption of the game. And technically there are a minimum of 9.5 overs left, but given that we have an hour's play from 4:30, that certainly looks a bit on the light side, and with Simon Harmer certain to be bowling, I would have thought there will be more overs than that. But Durham will resume with a lead of 19 at 143 for 7, and Ben Rain and Matthew Potts, who have combined diligently for a partnership of 47 so far, and crucially taken up 18 overs in getting there. So really there have been two parts to the reason why this game has changed somewhat during the afternoon, from looking like a certain Essex victory when Durham was rather self-destructing at 96 for 7. Two things have combined, the first being the partnership between Rain and Potts taking up about an hour's play just before 3 o'clock, and at that stage there were about 10 minutes to go before the tea interval. We had a lightning strike, and that sent the players and umpires off, and it was a good decision because rain started not heavy initially, but there were rumbles of thunder and at least 2 or 3 further lightning strikes, and then we had very heavy rain for about 10-15 minutes, which I have to say, initially next door in the press box we thought that was going to be it, and the umpires went to have a discussion with the captains, which they tend to do when they're thinking potentially of calling the game off, but not surprisingly Tom Wesley wanted to keep things going for as long as possible, and Essex could not really, although they'd like the temperature to be a couple of degrees warmer, they could have not wished for better drying conditions in the last hour. We've had sunshine, we've had a stiffish breeze, and this ground can stand up to a fair amount of water, and the ground staff have done an absolutely superb job in terms of making it playable. So the umpires had an inspection round about 3:45. They'd had another one, then they'd talked to the captains, they had another inspection at 4:20, and they decided that that inspection, that earlier than anybody thought likely to be possible, I was thinking 5 o'clock would be the earliest, that play could resume at 4:46 with 9 overs and 5 balls to go. Now that's a minimum. The problem is that 2 overs and whatever is left of the over in which the final wicket falls will be lost. So with Durham leading by 19, it does mean that Essex have got very little time to get these remaining 3 wickets, and then to, if they have overs left to them, to be able to knock off the runs that are still required. But that is a very big ask. In a way, the efforts of Rain and Potts have deserved something, because they both played extremely well. But it has to be said that Essex getting out there as quickly as possible, even ahead of the umpires. They want to start even before 4:46 if that's possible. So one imagines it will be Porter and Harmer, and Essex are going to throw everything at this. Now there is another bank of darkish cloud just starting to build up over the pavilion. Still blue sky over the almost entirety of the ground, and we've had the best weather literally since day 2 in the last hour. But the sun is just about to go behind this darkish cloud which is building up over the pavilion at the moment. So not surprisingly, although we're not supposed to be starting for another 3 minutes, Essex have got out there as quickly as possible, and I don't think there's any sign of the Durham batters just yet, which is not entirely surprising.
There's no hurry.
They're going to do an impersonation of Messrs Duckett and Crawley in that.
That cloud doesn't look very good, does it?
No, they are starting to wander down the steps now. But I say we're due to start at this odd time of 4:46. Adrian has been in touch with us, saying that I was wrong to say it was a foregone conclusion. I think we both thought it was a foregone conclusion of just after lunch.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, definitely after lunch. I thought it was. I think the rain's changed things. If the rain had stayed away,
we didn't think it would be that heavy. I mean, that was extrememely heavy. There was no sort of heavy showers forecast. But the other thing,
given the lack of fight from Durham,
and the other thing in the equation was that unbroken eighth wicket partnership. So. Yeah, these things happen, Adrian, but I think both of us thought that Durham was self-destructing and Essex were doing very well. But two things are combined to frustrate Essex at this point. Now, Richard makes a very good point, because I was thinking
Can I just say
thing.
Two things? Firstly,
Sure.
We're going to need the lights back on here because that cloud has smothered out the sun.
Yep.
And secondly, when it gets here, if it's got any rain in it, that's that. Light could become an issue, because when that thunderstorm came in before, it was like it was dusk, wasn't it?
It suddenly
very
went
dark.
from being bright to dark and back again in no time at all. But now Noah Thane, of course, will bowl because he bowled the one ball of the 63rd over. So he will bowl this over. I mean, I imagine it will be Harmer and then it will be Porter. And we have a very close set field as he comes in to bowl to Potts with 9 overs and 5 balls minimum to bowl, and Potts just plays that one down to Elgar and thinks of a single, which is the least likely thing of any margin of error there that they would want to consider, with men around the bat and no need for Durham to take any risks. But he stays in his ground anyway. So 9 overs and 5 balls minimum. Now Richard says, unless I'm missing something, I can't work out. Well, there's only 9 overs and 5 balls left if play starts at 4:46. There's supposed to be 16 overs an hour as Thane bowls, and Potts comes forward and it plays up to Wesley at a shortish mid-on. So with 45 minutes left and the scheduled close, it should be 12 overs or 11.5. Any idea whether two fewer? No, I haven't had a chance to ask, but I was expecting 4:46, 1 ball gone in the over, 11 overs and 5 balls minimum. But the reality is, of course, with Harmer bowling, they're going to probably get that anyway. As Thane bowls, good point though, Richard, as that's driven away into the covers and there's no run. But a few of the crowd have stayed on, just in the members area here. Let's just hope we don't get another downpour. But Durham, these two have done the hard work, Martin. It's just a question of getting Durham over the line and getting these 8 points.
Yeah.
Martin Emerson with me from BBC Radio Newcastle, who will take up the commentary in the next over. We've got a slip and a leg slip and a short leg and a silly point and two other fielders close on the leg side. Short mid wicket, short mid on. That one just played back down the pitch. But these two did such a good job.
It looked like an absolute lost cause when they came together. They were 96 for 7. They were 28 behind still, and we were talking about the distinct possibility of an innings defeat. As it is, they're only 19 ahead now. But this partnership's been worth 47 runs, and equally they've eaten up more than 100 deliveries as well.
Thane from the Graham Gooch end bowls. The leader's going to go up by a few here, because that's a lovely stroke down the ground. Wesley, all the field is set in close, slightly over pitch ball, and Potts, who's batted really well here, has driven that down the ground. The partnership's gone beyond 50. Those are the first runs for Durham since the resumption. The lead goes to 23. Slightly over pitch from Thane, and Potts is a capable batter. Leant into that and drove it down the ground, and basically all the field's in close. There's no chance of anyone stopping that. So the lead goes to 23. Every run counts here, of course. There are 9 minimum left, but in reality it will be more than that, because Simon Harmer is going to bowl. I think we're mainly interested in time here, aren't we, Martin, at this stage? And it's now 4:47. I thought we started a bit early. 4:47, and the close of play 5:30. We are going to get. There's no issue that we're going to get more than 9 overs and 5 balls here. So Simon Harmer.
They're crowding the bat. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in an arc around the bat. You've got a short leg, 2 silly points, 2 slips. They're bringing in another by the looks of things. They've brought a load of helmets out. They're going to have one. They're putting in a leg slip as well. Really trying to go for the kill here, Essex. Got two two very close in on that leg side. So you've got a forward short leg, you've got a leg slip. As Harmer bowls, Rain meets that on the bounce and just snuffs it out. So Walter's in there on that offside, silly point along with Fernandez. Harman round the wicket, bowls. Rain uses his feet and lobs him away down the field. Where's the ball gone? It pitches and it's going to go for 4 across the ropes.
Hasn't he played Harmer well? And of course Durham don't want to take any undue risk, but every boundary is critical in this situation, isn't it? So the fact they've managed to get 2 in quick succession has helped them no end. The lead's gone to 27. Just a good use of the feet and not too much risk in the shot.
Next ball, Rain snuffs out. So that's 120 balls they've now faced. And
the headline I think you mentioned, Rain and Rain saves Durham.
Yeah.
With a bit of pots in between.
Harmer comes round the wicket again and bowls. Rain slog sweeps. That's away to the boundary for 4 more. I can't even see the ball. There, it's signal 4. The floodlights are coming on now, but there's a massive cloud heading our way now. I don't think this was even... Was this on the radar? I never saw anything like this on the radar, did you?
Well, I think the weather we had at 3 o'clock was beyond our expectations, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The intensity of that storm.
This next ball's gone out through towards the square leg boundary. It's not going to make it, but they're going to run 2.
Oh, these are critical runs. I mean, Rain's taken a comfortable...
I mean, that looks to me like a massive rain cloud, but it is not showing up on the radar.
He's taken 10 off this over, hasn't he now? It's 4 off the first over. Well, the 5 balls remaining of the over. 33 the lead.
But it is saying an 80% chance of rain in the next few minutes. Harmer with a flatter delivery in an attempt to try and play it down the leg side. Keeper's taking it. End of the over. 10 from it, 8 overs to go. Durham lead by 33.
Yeah, he has batted so well, Ben Rain. He's taken most of Harmer. And
there's nothing on the radar there, Nick.
No.
It's weird that.
So
I'm looking
a very
at it.
heavy
I'm
cloud.
not imagining this.
No, you're not. It's a pretty heavy cloud up there. We've got a sky of 2 halves. We've got blue sky and cotton wool cloud, and not much of it over most of the ground, and then over the pavilion side away to the right, very dark cloud with one small area of blue sky battling to make its presence felt. So, what we expected, Thane to be relieved of his responsibilities and Porter to bowl, but Durham have had a very good start here in this mini session. They've taken 14 runs from 11 deliveries. There's a minimum of 8 overs left, but the time really is significant. It's 4:51, and here's a nice stroke away for possibly a couple of runs here by Potts. Again, slightly over pitch ball. The field is still all well up, which means anything that gets past the short mid-on is going to go away for runs, and there's 2 straight away. So 35 a lead for Durham. And to say 7 overs and 5 balls minimum, but in reality we're looking at time 5:30 close, 4:52 is the time. Short leg, silly point, slip, 2 leg slips, a short leg, a silly mid-on, and a short mid-wicket as that's played up into the offside. And there's Doug Bracewell hasn't bowled too much today, picking up at a point, but the closest thing to an orthodox one saver we have on the offside. There's also a cover, but the men on the leg side all very close in. No run there. 35 a lead, 159 for 7. Floodlights taking effect. As here as an appeal, as Potts went across his crease, and a spot or 2 of rain. Now only rain here, and that will be it. But there is a spot or 2 of rain falling as he went across his crease there, Potts, and looked to work it away into the onside. Just took the pad, was going down the leg side. 159 for 7. Just a few spots of rain, nothing more than that at the moment. And here's a stroke from Rain, which I think he was trying to play much straighter, and it came off a thickish inside half of the bat and went up to a short mid-wicket field. Now we've got one of the close fielders being sent back to at least 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, and maybe the whole way. Yeah, we've got a fielder going back to the deep square leg boundary. Heavy cloud cover to our right, blue skies over the ground as Porter bowls, and that one is run
Good
down off
lead.
the open face for 2. It's being chased back by keeper Pepper. He's picked it up now, kept it down. That was the crucial thing. A couple of runs to the total. 37 the lead.
I thought he was trying to leave that there.
Yeah.
It glanced off the face of his bat.
Yeah, it was maybe involuntary, but it went to ground, which was a critical thing, wasn't it? 161 for 7. Porter, as you would expect, 3 wickets apiece to Porter and to
It's raining at the Oval again.
Porter and to Harmer, as this is an appeal for LBW, but
Inside
stifled. Yeah,
That's hurt him. It's got him in the
Yeah.
box, I think.
still just spits of rain. That appeal was cut off. It was a lively over from Porter. It says a minimum of 7 overs left, but in reality more than that. 4:53 with a 5:30 close. 161 for 7. The lead 37, and of course remember 2 of these overs will be lost. And of course once Essex start batting, they're certainly not going to get anything more than the minimum of overs once when Durham are in the field.
It is raining again. The spots of rain hitting this window. I think the heart of that cloud's about 5 minutes away, but the tip of it is right above us. Rain, slog sweeps, and that's 6, I think, on one knee. It is. He's driven that straight down to the umpire's room down below our commentary position.
No, I was singing his praises earlier on this afternoon. I just think this has been a terrific innings, and he's actually shown up 1 or 2 of his middle order colleagues in terms of application here.
He's on 41. He leaves this one. 167 for 7 the score. Sports Extra back with us. Well, Durham came back out with a minimum of 9.5 overs to face, 24 overs lost. As Harmer bowls 2. Oh! Where's that gone? He's bowled a rain there, and he's looked to try and play it through the leg side. It's flashed away past him, past the keeper, past the slip, and it's gone for 4 byes.
Yes, and Harmer still capable of producing the danger delivery, and that one went through everybody. It really did turn quite sharply, that bit of bounce as well, which is enough to beat Pepper. But Rain as a left-hander here against Harmer has really played him well. Couldn't do much with that one.
Crowding the bat, Essex. We've got 5 men around the bat, all in helmets. That's played out into the covers. There's more rain on our window. This partnership now, Durham have moved up to 171, so the partnership is currently 75.
Switching.
As Rain pushes at this, and it's gone past short leg and off down towards backward square leg for 1. And the lead for Durham now is 48. There's been 11 runs from this over, and the score's 172 for 7. Rain has 42, Potts 33.
Surrey, Warwickshire confirmed as a draw. I make Surrey 1 point clear at the top. Notts having beaten Worcestershire.
Harmer to Potts. Potts back into his crease, taps this out through the leg side and goes for a single. So he'll keep strike, and Durham take their score to 173 for 7, and 49 is the lead. A minimum 6 overs remaining, but I mean we've still got half an hour here if this weather stays away.
Surrey took 3 bonus points for their bowling and 8 for the draw. 186, Notts 185, and a lot of draws today with the weather. Somerset and Yorkshire recently a draw. Ditto Sussex and Hampshire. Hampshire having had that 8-point deduction earlier today, which has left them in a fair amount of bother in the table. They've got those 8 points back, but they've got a bit of work to do. Here's Porter from the Graham Gooch end, bowls to Potts, and Potts on the drive. That's nicely stopped by Thane at cover, but that acceleration provided by Rain against Harmer has taken the lead to 49. A minimum of 6 overs left, 3 minutes to 5. In reality, we're looking at time up to 5:30.
It's raining quite a bit now.
Here is Porter again, bowls to the right-handed Potts. And,
Well, that's going to take them off here.
yeah,
The umpires are having a
that's
word now,
interesting.
and they're going to
That
go
was a
off.
short ball.
Yeah.
But
Too dangerous in this
yes,
light.
and that's to be the issue, because it was a short ball, and Potts is all making
Draw.
his way to the dressing room, and they've shaken hands on the draw.
Yeah.
Short ball from Porter, in sort of fading light. It's sort of half light because you've got cloud cover to the right and bright skies to the left. and just drizzle coming in, but I think the short ball was the prompt, and the handshakes have taken place. And Ben Rain and Matthew Potts, what a performance from them. Not just the partnership, but the time that they spent at the crease. Obviously a very big hand in terms of Durham saving the game was provided by the weather and the intense storm we had between 3 and 4. But that 8th wicket pair have done a fine job, and if Durham do manage to stay up, they actually have relegation but they survive in Division 1, they will look back at that partnership from a pretty hopeless position today, Martin, as something that they can look back on with some pride.
Definitely, and it's the fighting spirit they need, because it's been sadly lacking in recent weeks. The way they crumbled at Somerset, the way they were turned over by Surrey at home, 2-day defeats, 3-day defeats, and they were looking here, having been 189 for 1 on day 1, at an innings defeat for a long time today. But then these two have come together and saved the day with a partnership which has ended with Durham on 173 for 7, the partnership 77. Valuable runs.
A brilliant effort by the ground staff to make this ground playable. They were helped by nice drying conditions between 4 and 5, but I tell you what, it was pretty hopeless between 3 and 4 if you're ground staff. The thunder, lightning, heavy rain, and the effort they did really deserves the highest commendation. As it was, Durham always likely to save the game when play resumed at 4:45, and Rain's little acceleration against Harmer made sure that that was the case. Porter finished with 3 for 36, 16.2 overs, and Harmer 3 for 64 in 27 overs. Noah Thane got the other wicket, and Ben Rain 42 from 71 balls with a 6 and 5 fours. And Matthew Potts, I suppose it's always important as an England bowler these days to have some contributions with the bat, and that was a very good one. 34 unbeaten from 67 balls. They came together with a score at 96 in the 44th over, and they took it all the way through to the 67th over when the game was called off, with Durham 49 ahead at 173 for 7. And what it means is that Durham, with those points, they're going to still be in a bit of a precarious position in the table, but they will take the 8 points for the draw from this match. And Essex, well, they're going to take 14 points from the game, so that's not a bad return. So my maths, Durham with their 12 126, and Essex with the 14 140. Hampshire, of course, in trouble on 132 after that 8-point deduction. But looking at the table tonight, Surrey 186, Notts 185, Somerset 163, Warwickshire 159, Sussex 138, Yorkshire 135, Hampshire 132, Essex 100 and will be now 140, so they're going to be up to 5th place, and Sussex 138, Yorkshire 135, Hampshire 132, and then Durham on 126 and Worcestershire on 88. So that's where the table looks, and as I say, still a bit to play for, but Durham have given themselves a chance by getting the draw from this game. Not a bad draw for Essex, 14 points. They'll look obviously to win one of the last 2 games, but not too much damage done in terms of their bid to stay up with that result. And say a 14-point draw, taking them to 140, putting them in 5th place between Warwickshire and Sussex, with all the points now, I believe, added after the completion of these games. So that's where we are in the table. And thanks very much for listening over the last 4 days. It's Durham against Worcestershire next week, and Essex at Edgbaston. So join us for those commentaries. But for now, from myself, Nick Glairtill, and from Martin Emerson, thanks for listening, and enjoy the rest of your day.